Welcome everybody to our inaugural episode of The War Room, the KARDS Open pre-show. I'm your host, the one Christo, and we have an action-packed episode for you today with a few very special guests. Let's start by getting you all caught up on what happened last week to put us in the position to talk about this top 16 that is happening on February 14th. So we had 126 players compete in a best of 3 open qualifier that spanned 7 rounds and 2 days of hard-fought cards action. This has the top 16 competing in a $1,000 prize pool this coming weekend. J King was the only undefeated player in the first 2 days, with James Jim Rayner coming in second, having lost only to J King himself, and Berto Burrito rounding out the top 3 competitors. Another note that I think is really interesting, while J King had the highest win rate of 87.5%, Pelota, who actually finished 7th, came in with the second highest win rate, a convincing 80% over the first 7 rounds. So looking forward to the bracket, the top 8 players all finished 6-1 or better, and 9 to 16 all finished 5-2. Since our brackets are going to be 1 versus 16, 2 versus 15, etc., that gives players who finished in the top 8 technically a more favorable matchup. But with the change in format, the addition of a ban, and open deck lists, anything is possible. Don't miss a beat over on twitch.tv/kardsccg at 11 o'clock Eastern, 5 p.m. Central European Time, where Flake and Ollie will be calling all of the action on Sunday, February 14th. Who is this Flake character, you may be asking? Stay tuned later on in the show, where I have a one-on-one interview with him. In the meantime, let's jump over to our panel of experts as we dive deeper into the top 16. And now to dive even further into the details of KARDS Open IV's top 16, we have 2 very, very special guests with us here today, both Darkness and Bubbles. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Thank you very much, Christopher, for having us here. I'm doing fine. How about you, Bubbles?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Happy to be here.
Excellent. Well, thank you both for joining me on the inaugural episode of The War Room. Let's get right down to brass tacks. You've both participated in the qualifying weekend last weekend. Based on what you saw, what do you expect for these players this weekend? Bubbles, why don't we start with you?
Well, whenever you have these sort of open qualifiers with lots of players, aggro seems to sort of stand out and be more popular. From the people I spoke to after playing against them, they all said they've been running into a lot of issues with aggro. So I imagine most of the sort of top 16 ran a lot of aggro decks are going to be slightly more preference to going aggro. But when you do have these sort of closed top 16, control seems to come up more and take more control. So I think we'll see a lot of aggro, but more control than we did in the qualifiers.
Do you think some of the fact that you see aggro is because you're in an open tournament, you kind of have players from all over? So, maybe some newer players with more budget style decks might favor aggro?
I think partially because budget decks favor aggro a lot, but also just because a lot of players who have played a lot of matches feel very, very comfortable on aggro. It's sort of a lot of people's go to, especially when playing ladder. The main reason we see people switch to control in tournaments is because we have a much better idea on what exactly people are going to be bringing. When there's a big range of decks and you're not quite sure what you're going to be seeing, aggro is sort of the go to because you know it's always going to do well.
Got it. Fair enough. Thank you for your insight. Darkness, what about you? What are your expectations for this weekend's tournament?
Well, I collected some games from inside of Team Ammo from Ari Big Ben, Wild Eyes, J King, and myself. So I made some statistic from 40 games, and yeah, from these 40 games, 17 rare aggro deck lists, aggro nations. That's quite a lot. Followed by 7 air decks, 6 controls, 5 resistance for discard, 1 artillery. That's definitely not as much as I expected.
Hmm.
And the most popular nations were Japan, British, and US with 11, 11, and 10. Yeah, with 5 German decks, 3 Soviet decks. And I really see that the most popular deck is US aggro. Well, in the open, in the Swiss bracket, and this is a very, very strong deck, not only in the tournament, on the ladder too. I really expect this deck with counter-offensive to be more seen because, yeah, it was very successful. Um, 3 member of Team Ammo, J King, White Eyes, and oh no, not 2 member, and Berto Burrito, friend of J King, used that deck list and were very successful here. So I do expect definitely this deck
Hmm.
and maybe the reverse version with Soviet US counteroffensive. And the second deck list I expect a lot is Brit Air. Because Brit Air is very strong on ladder too. It was quite strong in the open. I'm expecting these decks and definitely some discard, just because Beato Burrito and J King were very successful with that
Hmm.
deck. And of course, you're always looking at the top participants and what decks they are bringing.
If you're in the position of some of those top participants, like Jay King, finishing on the top of the ladder, he had brought two, obviously needed to add a third deck to his selection. Would you go back to the things you brought to the open qualifiers, knowing that, hey, these performed well the first time around, let me just continue on with them? Or now that you're in a closed top 16 format, do you go reevaluate all three decks and maybe look at bringing something completely new?
Well, never change a running system. I don't
Hmm.
expect him to bring 3 new decks. I expect him to bring both decks again, but slightly adapted and improved to be more good against a specific kind of deck, for example, against air, against other US aggro, or maybe even against discard. Because in the top 16, it's not that random anymore
Hmm.
because there are not that many opponents, and from a lot of people, you do know what they played, what they like to play, and you can prepare better.
Right. So you're looking at this top 16 almost as its own small little meta based on what's happened in the past, the different players, you know what type of styles they kind of bring.
Yes,
So you want to bring a setup of decks that will, you know, allow you to maximize those matchups.
yes, exactly.
Bubbles, just to jump to you quickly, I'm curious. You know, we talked a lot about bringing certain deck archetypes. What about the ban? Because this is a system where you are banning one of your opponent's decks and you're having one of your decks be banned as well. How do you prepare for that mentally, knowing that you're only going to play two of your three decks? Do you go into it thinking, this deck is going to get banned over and over again, I just know it? Or do you try and bring a variety, thinking you're going to have more flexibility that way?
What I try to do in most tournaments that have bans is I try to bring three very similar decks. Because if you bring three decks or completely different archetypes, your opponent will ban the archetype which completely counters them. I
Hmm.
find you're far better off trying to replicate the same sort of play style in three different decks, and then your opponent can't ban a problem deck because all of your decks are problem decks. I
Right.
think players spend a lot of time thinking about what exactly they're going to ban, and the more difficult you can make that question for them, the more likely they are to ban the wrong deck, and then you have a much stronger matchup. Then, when if you brought three completely different decks, players can easily pick the right deck to ban and then give themselves a favorable best of three.
Very nice. I like that strategy a lot. What about you, Darkness? Do you kind of follow that same sort of mentality, or do you have a different approach?
I'm usually not following this strategy. I'm bringing kind of decks I really know how to play these, like my favorite decks, my comfort zone. But I'm used to play a lot of decks, so this doesn't really limit my play
Hmm.
style. Um, I'm I'm looking on the recent like the Swiss tournaments and maybe later to figure out what decks are the strongest right now to have the best potential, and picking some decks who are strong overall. Like some decks are very good and techt against specific decks and
Hmm.
archetypes. Some decks are in general good and being able to win against nearly everything. If if I'm playing with three of these decks who are able to win against everything, and maybe where I do have a lot of potential using my knowledge, using my skill, because they are not that fast and delay and rely on these specific card draw, like some aggro deck list, like they need to hit or miss. Um, I prefer these decks.
Got it. Right on. So, you know, we're coming into a kind of a unique situation here with the top 16 being after the patch, whereas the qualifiers were actually before this week's patch. Based on the changes made, do you think you're going to see a big difference in the type of decks brought for the Open versus the top 16, or do you not think that there's going to be that big an impact based on this week's patch?
I don't think there's going to be that much change. Most of the balance changes aren't going to affect the decks we saw popular in the Swiss round. I know some people brought resistance, but I don't think anyone's going to be bringing resistance to the
Hmm.
top 16. And I think most the balance changes and nerfs, the main deck going to be affected by that is sort of Japan control. So if we see discard, it's more likely to be Germany main than it is Japan main. But I think that was already how it was going to be. I don't think there's going to be too many changes since cards like counter offensive and bolster ranks haven't been touched again. These sort of pretty popular defining cards.
Yeah, exactly. The most changes didn't affect the most played decks on ladder or in this tournament. And yeah, I think the only deck we are going to see less for sure is resistance
Hmm.
because of several nerfs. Maybe not even because of the resistance change, but because of the key 83 change. This fighter is significantly worse now, and I wouldn't play this anymore. I don't think we will see changes in the archetypes because of the balance patch, more because of the next stage, no with bans, and in the top 16, this is a different format.
Right. And I think you both touched on the fact that a lot of these players want to play things that they're comfortable with as well, and things that they're sure of. So you're not going to see them go and pull something out of left field based on a few little changes for the top 16. Bubbles, I did see your eyebrows kind of go up when Darkness was talking about the patch and some of the changes. Did something catch your eye there, or?
I think the KI is still going to be viable, but I'm certainly none the wiser yet. I think we'll have to see how it plays out on ladder, but I'm certainly looking forward to seeing if it goes out of fashion or if it's just still played but slightly less of a GG the moment it drops down onto the board.
Yeah, for sure. It's still a good card. You're right, but it's not overpowered anymore,
No,
or
it's
that
not an
overpowered.
insta-end.
It's not one of those cards that they nerfed completely into the ground that's not going to see any play. Just something that reduced probably to a more normal power level.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's been a lot of talk, obviously, about this patch and resistance in particular. Bubbles, what do you think about this change? Obviously, it's going to impact resistance being played right now, but down the line, do you see that archetype opening back up, or what are your thoughts on the nerf specifically around resistance?
I think it's a pretty controversial thing, resistance. Some people really like it, some people really hate it. Some people are very strong on the idea that even if you dislike it, it should be how it is. I think the most important thing to look at is the future, not whether resistance is fun and balanced right now, because they've stated that they're not going to completely change resistance in one big balance, but over a long, long process of lots of little changes. I think I'd like to see resistance be viable and popular, but definitely in a state where people enjoy playing against it and have a much more fun time than people currently did.
Absolutely. Darkness, anything to add there?
I don't know about the future of resistance. A lot of people were very happy about this change and celebrated this as a big nerf to resistance. But I see the opportunity of resistance here, like change with dealing more damage, like you choose to mill a card or to deal damage. This has some pretty dangerous potential because even right now, the common resistance deck has a lot of damage potential with Tora AoE damage, Kamikaze, and now with the ability to deal more damage, this can be more threatening. Like put 2 or 3 sabotage in the deck, maybe add some more damage amplification, and this is very dangerous.
I
Right
think
on.
it's also the combo of that Japanese 4/6 infantry, where when people play their resistance cards, you can now do 3 damage per resistance card they discard, which is a lot of damage for a resistance card.
And I always think about it as well when you're talking about any card or any archetype, being a new player jumping into that game. If I'm playing against resistance, how do I feel after that game? Am I gonna want to continue, or am I just gonna hit Alt F4 and be done with cards for the next I don't know how long? So that always plays in the back of my mind whenever I see an archetype like that, or even sometimes things like discard can kind of create a really negative experience. But as we're talking about the new player experience, there's been a lot of changes going on in cards right now. Obviously, we've got the wildcard system being added, the new laddering system, the nation rewards, things like that. So there's a lot of new, I guess, free to play friendly and new player friendly things coming into the game. I'm just curious, having two seasoned players like yourselves here, what do you guys think about these changes? Darkness, why don't we start with you?
I really like these changes. Like 1939 Games made a huge gift to everyone, doubled the resources, added some packs, added the national progression system, and with your own progress in cards being played, like 750 cards played, you got an level in the new national progression system with maximum of 50, and you got these rewards instantly. So that was also a huge buff. Players just started this game and had like 100, 150 rewards to click through because they got just bunch, a bunch of things and gifts. This is awesome
Yeah.
from 1939 Games. And now you will get more regular and faster and more rewards when you're starting new with cards. This is very good for me to catch up new player, to catch up to get more player into playing cards, because it's nicer. You will progress faster.
Absolutely. Bubbles, what do you think?
I think whenever there's changes in the game at all, there's sort of two sides of the coin you have to think about. How does this affect our new player experience, and how does this affect our veteran player experience? And I think the new player experience, like Darkness mentioned, is going to be a lot easier to build your collection quicker, and it's going to be a lot kinder for new players. And the veteran experience, I don't think is going to be changed a whole lot, because most of these veteran players already have full collections. It doesn't matter how you progress through the game if you've already progressed through the game. So any change which helps new players and doesn't hinder people already playing the game, I think is a great change, and I very much look forward to the future.
I completely agree. And being a newer player myself to the game, when I jump in and I, have multiple rewards that I receive, or I know when I'm going to get my next reward, I think that's awesome because it continues to drive you to play. Oh, if I get, play one more game, I'll unlock X, Y, or Z. I think that's huge to have just, people stay engaged, people continuing to play and build up their collection. So I think all of that is very positive in the way Cards is going to look moving forward. So I've asked you a lot of questions here. I saved the most difficult one for last. Darkness, I'm going to start with you. Who do you have winning the KARDS Open IV?
I would bet on my teammate and friend J King. He won the last KARDS Open, and the last season, I think he will continue with his win streak.
All right, J King on Darkness' side. What about you, Bubbles? Who do you got?
I think J King's a very safe bet, and he's kind of in my mind as the go-to pick. But I think that's a bit, it's a bit boring of me and Darkness go for the same person. So I'm going to swap and go for the fan favorite, and I'm going to say Team Birdo Burrito, bring it home.
Very nice. So we've got Birdo Burrito for Bubbles. Darkness is going with J King. We'll have to keep an eye on that and chat with you guys after the fact and see where we ended up. Thank you so much for hanging out with me and chatting a little bit about KARDS Open and all the new changes to cards that we've seen in the past few days. Before signing off, where can people find you on social media?
You can find me on Twitter at Darkness4Gaming, but most active I am at Twitch at Darkness4 and on YouTube Darkness4. You can find me there.
Darkness 4, like the number 4, correct?
Yes, the number 4.
Perfect. Darkness 4. What about you, Bubbles? Where can we find you?
I don't really do much to interact with people. I'll be totally honest. Your best way of hearing from me is probably to DM me, but I do stream once in a full moon on my Twitch page. You'll just see it on cards. Come say hi, come hang out, and have a good time.
Perfect. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I look forward to chatting with you after the fact to see how things played out. This weekend's KARDS Open IV will be longtime professional caster Flake's debut into the cards world. Some of you may have seen him streaming the game recently on Twitch, but I know he's still new to quite a few of you. I took an opportunity earlier on this week to sit down with Flake and ask him a few questions so you could get to know him better as a player, a caster, and a person. Mr. Flake, thank you so much for joining me today. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. It's nice to see you. Thanks for having me.
Excellent. So you are officially the newest caster of the cards, our big KARDS Open IV coming up this weekend. You are the newest caster, and I, for those of you who don't know, have had a long-standing relationship with you. We grew up together, but the cards community out there doesn't quite know you as well. So maybe you can just do a quick little introduction, summarize the first 30 years of your life in the next 3 minutes.
Well, the first 30 years actually then kind of disassociates the last 5. So I appreciate the fact that that you gave me a little bit of leeway in terms of what my age is. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like the past 30 years of my life, which is the years that we knew each other, 20 plus of those years have been playing card games. I mean, you and I grew up playing card games together. I remember walking from high school with a backpack full of Star Wars cards going to the Hall of Fame on St. John's Boulevard. Yes, where Ricky and was it Mossy and Jimmy and Jimmy would be there, and we'd play and we'd play and we'd play and we'd play. And this is interesting because I think that it was like us going there to play. We were like some of the few people that actually sat at that place with a long folding table or whatever, would sit and play. And then that eventually, I don't know if we're the pioneers of going to a game store to play card games 20 some odd years ago, but I feel like I am. I feel like I'm the first person to ever study at a Tim Hortons and the first person to play cards at a card store.
On a side note, last time I walked by the Hall of Fame, Ricky was still working there. So it's good to know that some things never change.
Ricky does still work there. I remember going there actually with McBeard a couple years ago around Christmas time because we wanted to go look for Magic cards. And I said, well, I know a place and I want to see if the same guy's there. And I walk in and Ricky was actually there and he's like, oh my God. And I was like, oh my God. I'm like, what the hell are you still doing? I'm like, do you own the place or are you still making $6.50 an hour? Like, I don't know the questions here. It's not my business, but he seemed happy and it was cool to have that. But in terms of some of my background, I mean, like I said it there, I've played a plethora of card games, Star Wars CCG, Lord of the Rings. Like I'm talking about cardboard all the way through to the digital formats, cards being my latest obsession that I've been hammering out a lot of hours with, and hitting Field Marshal with US and Soviet and, just having a good time with that. So in terms of actual CCG pedigree, I mean, Legend in Hearthstone, Mythic in Magic. I've hit champion rank in Teppen. I've hit pro rank in Gwent. I guess Field Marshal. If that even is an impressive statistic here for cards. But I've played card games. Card games have been my life. Broadcasting card games specifically has been my whole universe for a few years now. So that's where I come from.
You mentioned broadcasting card games. Can you walk us through a little bit more of the history of you on this side of the camera, not playing the games necessarily, but doing the casting and the hosting?
Well, way back when, all the way through college, CJEP, all that, broadcasting has kind of been something that I've been very passionate about. You know this specifically because you and I were in the same radio club back in college. So
we were so cool.
We were so cool because we kind of ran it, but we didn't run it. I don't know if you were program director. I was general manager. Meant nothing except for the fact that we get to choose our time slots for when we wanted to do our shows. But yeah, it was amazing broadcasting to those 6 people that were outside of the room. But it mattered to us. Yeah. And that basically was what grew a passion into a career opportunity. That's when I went to interned at TSN Radio for a year and all the way through till where I'm at now. And where I'm at now is essentially a Twitch partner, a card game broadcaster by trade. And that is where my career path goes. So, I mean, from the humble beginnings of just sort of flicking on Twitch and streaming Hearthstone to one person and a bot. And that sort of has ballooned to being most prominent, obviously, in Gwent. But, I have reps in Runeterra, in Magic, Cards, Mythgard. I've casted tournaments for so many different card games, all of which I absolutely adore. And like I said, Cards to me is such a unique yet familiar kind of card game, and it has really sort of taken up a lot of my headspace lately.
So what is it about Cards specifically? You said it's unique, it's familiar. You've talked about, having played a plethora of different card games. What is it about Cards that you enjoy?
Well, to say that it's unique, I mean, it's unique in the same sense that like so many other card games are unique. They're unique in the style and the theme. The source material is real, which is in itself a very interesting sort of element to the game. There's not some sort of fantastical background to it. What's cool about Cards is the fact that, based in World War II and real life historical elements and historical events, you can kind of get a history lesson, and the developers do a really good job of actually backing up the cards with real life historical, be it warfare tactics, warfare, vehicles, etc. What I like about it is that though it does seem simple, the fact that there is a front line that exchanges between both players, it adds an extra layer as well as operating costs, which I find is such an interesting extra layer that when you're kind of trying to digest the card game and see it as oh, it's just another Magic clone of there's a health total, there's units, they exchange damage, it's all good. This is not Hearthstone. This is not Mythgard. This is cards. It's different. It operates different. And when you kind of get past that face value of it, you see just how deep it can possibly be and how important it is to evaluate attack, defense, aggression, and resource management. And that's something that I'm very, very into, is when you're not just looking at numbers and exchanging damage, you're looking at cost efficiency of your units. You're looking at when to attack, when to stand back, when to present, kind of like a weak front in order to take advantage. So there's a lot of mind games as well. The RNG elements to it are manageable as well, and that's something that I can definitely get on board. I mean, there's been a lot of 50-50s that I, notorious for losing, but at the same time, it's a game that I think can really appeal to those who are into planning, their plan of attack, the tactics, etc., associated to a card game of this genre.
Flake luck is seriously a thing. If you have not had the privilege of watching Flake miss an almost sure thing on stream, check him out, because it does happen pretty regularly. I think you bring up great points about cards, though. You can look at the deck builder and see that a unit or 3 different units can have the same attack and defense, but have different costs simply based on their operating cost. And I think that adds such a nice depth to the game, exactly like you've mentioned. And it even makes me think back to, you talked about how we started on those long folding tables playing Star Wars CCG ages ago. And that's got to be one of the most complex games, but it's one of the things that is shared with cards, where your movement costs force or credits in the cards world, and so does attacking or initiating battle. So I think it's so interesting that they've got that depth, and at the same time just have such a smooth, elegant system that makes it very nice.
And I mean, in terms of the actual comparison that you made between Star Wars CCG and cards, I mean, for those who are really old school, and I'm talking about like really, really old, like myself and Chris here, Star Wars cards had a destiny number, which would typically be low when a card was very powerful. So it added a sort of element of balance. And it's something that as you sort of progress in your understanding of card games and just the numbers, it's not about just how powerful the cards are that you're playing, but how they operate and how how effective they are outside of just being a stat line. And that's something that in cards, operating cost is definitely part of that element as well. But yeah, I mean, that extra sort of layer really is an appealing part. And I know that it's just something so small, outside of the artwork, the animations, the actual rule set, but operating cost to me is something that's very unique to this game that really has sort of tickled my fancy.
Definitely. And I kind of want to take a step back, because you mentioned that obviously we've played all kinds of card games together. You have played both digital, cardboard, and everything in between. So what is it about card games in general that attracts you to them?
Well, besides the fact that my aim sucks in any first-person shooter, I used to be a Warcraft, Starcraft kind of real-time strategy player. Age of Empires, that was where I really, really enjoyed myself. X-Wing versus TIE Fighter as like a space shooter was fun for me as well. But when it came down to it, a lot of it had to do with the fact that it's just opening packs and getting cards was an exciting thing too. And it was expensive when you're a kid. And when we didn't really have jobs and we're kind of, a $3 pack of cards was a big deal, even though it's just $3, it's $3 that we had to ask our parents for at the time. But just the fact that being able to play a game that puts your mind involved into it besides just reaction time, I thought was very, very appealing. Being able to play, I played a lot of chess when I was young, and not that I was all that great at it, but I enjoyed the aspect of putting your mind versus your opponent's mind. And chess is unique because it's the same, it's quote unquote the same deck for both players, playing a mirror match through and through. However, in this game, there is an element of preparedness that you can have, not just reading your opponent, but reading a meta, reading what that meta is and how to counteract it. Is it worth countering? How much of that takes away from your own strategy? There's so many extra elements of thought that go into deck building that I just am all about. And cards in general, it's it's great because I find that with a turn where any game where there's a turn that you take, then I take, it gives me time to think and plan through. And to me, it's just you're constantly solving puzzles. That's why I hate aggro decks because aggro decks, you're not necessarily playing a player, you're playing against a clock and a lifetimer that kind of ticks down slowly. But and when you're playing a card game, every time it's your turn, you have a puzzle to solve, and that's puzzle could be simple as just playing a card on curve, or it could be more complex of which units that you want to eliminate. Do you want to establish your board? Do you want to develop your board? Do you want to move forward? Do you want to be more aggressive? Do you want to do damage to the face? There's so much to take into account, and I find that it just keeps your mind sharp and it keeps you on the level, and it just sort of sharpens and hones your skills in so many different ways of planning, tactics, resource management. There's a lot that sort of you can kind of work on and exercise as you go.
Yeah, my reaction time in video games is not so hot, so card games definitely much more my speed.
Yes.
I would also like to think that both of us being Canadian, collecting hockey cards is like in our blood, part
Yes.
of our how we were brought up. So just collecting different cards, those paper, opening a pack was just so inherent to our DNA that I think that helped kind of guide us into the direction we chose.
Certainly.
So let's move. We talked about cards, we talked about card games. Let's move to the casting side of things. So, you have cast card games, you've done some Overwatch, you've done all kinds of different things. And, I won't speak for you, but I imagine one of the pinnacles is doing the Gwent World Championships.
Yes.
How do you prepare yourself to cast a tournament? Obviously, you've got the players who are preparing their decks and they're doing scrimmages and, they're preparing their strategy. So what's your strategy preparing to cast a tournament?
Well, and I could just honestly sit here and say that I do nothing, but that is the worst thing. No, but in reality, there's a lot that I do. I cannot speak for everybody because everyone has their own style. All I can say is what I do. Whenever I'm casting a particular tournament, be it Gwent, I'll use Gwent as an example because that's where I have most of my most of my pedigree in. My personal preparation prior to any major tournament, and I'm talking weeks in advance, is if it's the month of a tournament or if I'm a few weeks removed from a tournament, I will play the hell out of the game and get to as high a level as I possibly can. And the reason why I do this is not necessarily just to get practiced in the card names and such, but you want to be well established in the strategies of not just the decks you're playing, but in the decks that exist that are potentially out there to be played in a particular tournament. Now I'm talking about this is way before I actually get the deck lists from the particular tournaments. I usually get the deck lists maybe a few days before a tournament goes on. But weeks before that, I'm playing. On any given month that a tournament exists, I'm probably playing about 500 to 800 games in the highest level ranking as I can. And the reason why I do that is also because I understand that there's a lot of scrutiny for somebody in my position because I am the face, the voice of what's going on of a high level of card games. So it is my responsibility to be able to understand it to whatever percentage I possibly can so that I'm not missing anything. And I will miss things because if I was the best player in the world, I'd be in the tournament and not casting it. And that's something that I have come to understand. But if I can be 95% to 99% accurate in what's going on, I want to be able to sort of put at ease or rather earn the trust of the people who are watching it. And part of that involves being the best player that I possibly can. Most recently, I think when I was casting a tournament, I did my best. I finished in the top 100 global of that game that I casted so that I can say that I can go up there. And when there's a clown in chat that wants to say, who is this schmuck? I can probably roll the dice and confidently say that I'm better than you are in the card game. I'm not saying that from an element of bragging or gloating. It's more so in the fact that I owe it to the people who are watching to be on as high a level as possible, to understand the lines of play, the strategies, the outs, so that when I'm calling a game, I'm not reacting to it. I'm understanding it. I'm developing a narrative for it. I am communicating it as best as I can without necessarily ruining outcomes or saying, well, it's impossible or whatnot. You want to keep an element of actual suspense to the game, but at the same time, you want to be able to understand what the strategies are so that when a play develops, it's not completely out of the blue for you. And if it surprises if it surprises me as a caster, that's amazing because it's an extra level. Because there's a lot of times there are certain pull out of, rabbit out of a hat scenarios that are great to see. But for me as a caster, I want to be the best possible player at the game that I can possibly be so that when I'm casting it, I know what I'm talking about.
I think you bring up a great point as well, because there are so many people out there, or I don't want to say so many, there are critics out there who will watch a tournament, watch somebody cast and say, this guy, he plays the game a little bit and he can sit there and talk about it. I can do that. I can do better than that. I'm better than him. And I think that there's so much more that goes into it behind the scenes that people don't understand and they don't fully grasp the scenario. And that, yeah, there's going to be rabbit out of hat situations, because otherwise, if you could predict everything, like you said, you would be in that tournament. You'd be the one competing for the big bucks.
Correct. And I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, and the way that I respond to those people who are like, I could be doing that. My response is, well, why aren't you? Go do it.
Fair.
I mean,
Absolutely.
I started in the same regard that everyone else would start. I started a Twitch page. I got my name out there. I got offered opportunities, unpaid opportunities to cast tournaments. And then that developed into what is now a less than lucrative career, but it's a fun career. And that's what I'm very happy about, is the fact that I get to pay my rent, have a whole bunch of nerdy crap on my walls, and be able to eat relatively well doing what I love to do, waking up happy when I'm doing it. And again, like I said, I owe it to the people who watch me to be the best that I possibly can be. And for those who are saying, who is the schmuck? I get it, because who is the schmuck? But at the same time, you can never discredit me for not putting in the hours, the effort, the prep. And that includes not only just the hours and hours of gameplay, but the studying of deck lists. I also interview the players prior to ask them questions about why they, have taken certain routes with their decks, or they've taken certain avenues in terms of strategy. So it's not just about gameplay. It's about understanding the player and the decisions behind those. Because you can always assume, but if you're wrong, you look like a clown. And that's not what I'm out there to do on purpose.
If it happens, so be it.
If it happens, it happens.
For those who have questions about Flake's very lucrative career, ask him about Flake's poverty broth in Twitch chat. He will be happy to walk you through all of the ingredients. So obviously you talked about casting and preparing for tournaments. How does that change when you're casting a tournament for example, for a new game like Cards for the first time? Or does it change?
Well, the hardest thing, honestly, is the most difficult aspect of casting or casting a card game for the first time is understanding what the cards are. And I mean, I'm not going to come here and pretend that I have years of experience with this card game. I have several months of experience, but at the same time, it's not like the names of the cards are exactly, it's not like there's like Super Bruiser Devastator tank versus whatever. It's like they're all named after phone numbers and calculators. Like that's basically, there's this, the 329th Infantry Regiment versus the P-59 Mustang, this, that, whatever. So it's difficult to understand and learn the names, but the basic inherent strategies are typically, they cross-pollinate from game to game to game. There's going to be aggression. There's going to be combo. There's going to be bigger win conditions, things like, working towards Manhattan Project and dropping a couple bombs on your opponent. Control, ramp, these are all inherently true for card games that involve a mana system. I call it a mana system, but a credit or a resource system that makes you pay for units or for attacking. So for something like Cards, preparing for this, a lot of it is just getting in as many games with as many factions, or U.S., Soviet, nations, German, Japan, different nations, to get in as many options as possible to be exposed not only to the cards but the strategies that exist. And you have to sort of put yourself out there and be ready to lose. And losing is not a failure as long as you learn something from it. And that's one thing that I always tell people who want to get better at card games, is that if you learn something out of that loss, if you have sort of picked up a clue as to strategy and how they operate and how to disrupt them, then that's a good thing. And that's what I do. Lots of drafting to understand the inherent value of the cards themselves outside of an overarching structure or theme of a constructed build. And then, pushing forward and just making sure that you understand what the strengths, the weaknesses are of particular strategies, how to disrupt them and go forward. But honestly, I think the hardest thing is going to be just remembering what the hell the cards' names are. Like, it's just, I know what they do by sight, but dear goodness gracious me, it is just tough when it's all numbers. And I understand that numbers have significant, value and importance to them, but I am also known for calling an Arctospore Larry, and that's sort of just how that's gone. So I will do my best not to disrespect some of these cards by giving them silly nicknames.
Romeo the Squirrel. So that being said, we talked a lot about the game, but you're typically casting in a duo, right? And in a situation like cards, for example, where you're going to be casting with Ollie and, maybe you don't know every card name, but you can kind of identify them on site. How does partnering up with the right caster on a team, how does that contribute to the overall kind of, aura of the game and of the tournament itself?
Well, it's hard to do. You can't really develop an instant chemistry. That's just kind of how it goes. But where there is elements of professionalism that you can kind of apply based on whoever you're partnering with. I've casted games with you, and we've known each other for 30 years. So there's obviously going to be a lot of chemistry that exists there just because we know how each other operates, the jokes and et cetera, and how to go. But when it comes down to casting with someone that you're not familiar with, you rely on your professionalism and what you're there to do. And what you're there to do is to convey what's happening to the audience in a more detailed way and give them a better understanding of what's developing. And you just need to be respectful of what your partner's saying, and you support what they're saying. You kind of, there's a lot of bounce back and forth of what you guys are discussing. It's not just a matter of describing the card that hits the board. It's not just, okay, and here comes, he's playing his half track and he's bouncing a card back to the hand. You want to understand why, you want to talk about it, and relying on your strengths and relying on your partner's strengths is important, because they need to be able to pick you up when you're struggling and sort of rescue you from rambling on and talking about nonsense and keeping the whole broadcast on track versus being able to kind of carry on your own. So there's a lot of give and take, and it all depends on who you're casting with. But when it's a new pair, a lot of the fun is sort of exploring that space between you of what they're going to be responsive to and what you just cannot say because they won't get. Because I know that if it's you and me, I can make God knows how many Undertaker or Stone Cold Steve Austin references, and you'd be able to play on them. You'd be like, no, that was actually the 97 Royal Rumble, not the 96 Royal Rumble. You'll be able to convince me of that case. But Lord knows I've tried in the past to make an NWO reference on stream, and there's a small headspace of people that might get what I'm saying. But hopefully we'll see how this sort of shakes out.
Absolutely. So that being said, do you have any advice for any aspiring casters? You have some players who maybe think down the line this could be kind of a career they'd want to pursue or an opportunity they want to pursue. What would you recommend they do to kind of get things rolling?
Well, the one thing that I always say in any regard is you have to just do it. Nobody knows what your intentions are. Nobody knows what you're capable of unless you show people what you're capable of. And nobody is going to expect perfection right out of the gate, because I'm not perfect, but I know I'm a hell of a lot better than I was back in the day. I am today a better version of what I was when I was starting out than when I got hired. And now here I am, more confident and more competent, I feel, in this capacity. What I tell people is, if there's something that you want to do, it's not always the easiest thing to do to just get discovered, because you have to sort of fire the flare into the sky so someone can actually see that there's some talent there that they need to look at. If you want to be a caster, play the games that you want to play on stream. It'll get you used to the what some may think is mindless of just talking to yourself as you're playing a card
Mhm.
game, but it'll give you those reps, and it'll allow you to talk through things and get comfortable talking to quote unquote no one. Because frankly, right now I'm in my apartment and there's nobody within God knows how many feet of me into the other apartment. I am speaking to nobody, but I'm speaking to everyone at the same time. And that's something that you have to understand. So get started. Just start. Do it what you want to do. If you want to be a caster, start your own Twitch stream. If nobody watches, but at least you'll get practice. And then go ahead and start casting matches. Spectate a match, record a match, find a match on YouTube, and then record yourself casting on top of it and improve. Find, where you need room to grow, and then start getting involved in the community. Make a YouTube video of your casts. Do this, do that. The way I started was legitimately nobody wanted to take a sniff at me regarding hosting or casting tournaments. So we made our own tournament. We made our own Gwent tournament in Philadelphia. We flew to Philadelphia. We put on a LAN tournament. It took freaking 16 or so hours to complete, but we did it. And that put us on the map. We had 1,000 some odd viewers watching it. And that put us on the map, not just myself, but the people who did it and put the actual tournament together. And it gave me confidence and it gave me a shot. But you cannot get anywhere close to a goal if you don't start. I know it sounds so silly and so stupid, but if you don't start, you're never going to get any momentum and you're never going to improve. And just don't be upset and don't be discouraged if it's been X amount of time and you still haven't gotten to where you go. But look back at where you've been and where you are and realize that that is still progress. And progress is what you want to be striving for, not just the end goal, because progress leads to success. And as long as you're in the right trend over time, then you're on your way.
So some wise words, I think, to your point. You're just because you're casting at a high level in certain games doesn't mean you're perfect. Doesn't mean you're best in the world at what you do. But that means that the next tournament you do is going to be better than the last one, and you're going to continue on.
Yes,
day after day.
I have been in trouble in the past for making various remarks that I thought were funny in my head, and they just kind of spit out. But I have received many a message privately of don't mention this negatively because they're a sponsor, and I'd be like, oopsie daisies. And then you go on the next segment and talk about how amazing Mountain Dew is. But we'll just go from there.
Fair enough. And to your point as well, I know that some of your neighbors are fully aware that you live alone, and at this point probably think you are absolutely insane.
Yes, they don't get on the elevator when I'm in there, so that's a good thing.
Fair enough. That's how you practice. All right, Flake, I've got a couple last rapid fire questions for you that may or may not have anything to do with cards, but just to get people, have people get to know you a little bit better.
Do it. Hit me.
All right. So when you're playing any card game, you have the choice: aggro, mid-range, control.
Control, 100%. Always control. It's control to me is always the most amount of puzzle solving, which is the most satisfying experience for me in card games.
Perfect. This is going to be an absolutely cheat question because anybody who can see you will probably know the answer to this. Who is your favorite superhero?
Spider-Man.
I figured as much. One topping that absolutely must be on a pizza for you to eat it.
Oh gosh, we're just kind of eliminating like sauce and cheese, like that just is like part of the package.
That is pizza.
I mean, if I need something crunchy, like onions on there. Something like onion on there for sure needs to be the banana peppers, like hot peppers, or sausage also are fantastic. But I feel like I'm very much a throw onions on there for sure.
Delightful. Or Mexican sauce, if that exists. We're still not sure to this day.
That's another story. Yeah,
that is another story. Absolutely. If you could have dinner with any one real person, who would it be, alive or dead?
Okay, alive or dead. I've been asked this before, and it was two. The question was if I could be on a plane and sitting between two people for like a long haul flight, who would it be? And my answers were Stan Lee and Vin Scully. Those are the two, I think, because not only, and I'm thinking it from a perspective of like obviously selfishly, because Stan Lee is like the godfather of modern day superhero comics and everything, but also the fact that Vin Scully is a broadcasting hero of mine because Vin Scully is somebody who has just been broadcasting Dodger baseball for so long, and I'm a big Dodgers fan, but he's done it on his own. He has, whereas everyone else is like a two-man team of like play-by-play color commentary, Vin Scully has done baseball games by himself for years, and he has been able to not just be competent, but entertaining for those who don't know how boring a baseball game could possibly be. I love it. I absolutely love it. To me, it's part of the charm. But listening to a Dodger game when Vin Scully's there, he will just pull stories out of his ass and make the most obscenely boring element of a game, like a pitcher change, seem like an absolute just remarkable event, where he gives the history of the day that pitcher came to the ballpark in his like Toyota Tercel and had a flat tire, and then you're like, oh really? And he knows all of this stuff. But between Stan Lee and Vin Scully, I can't choose one because I want to speak to both of them. And the cool part about it is I think that they would want to speak to me. So I think they would be okay talking to this nerd about it. Not like because I'm anybody. I'm saying that I wouldn't be annoying them if we had those kinds of conversations.
I mean, we have proof. We did have a very, very, very brief conversation with Stan Lee.
Yes, we did. That photograph still exists somewhere at my parents' house, but my, oh my, yes. It was myself and you and Stan Lee, where he said Excelsior once or twice. And
he did a great job, guys, didn't he?
He did say great job, yes. The photo was taken, and he said great job. We were within his presence, I think, for a total of 6 seconds, but it was great.
Definitely a memorable moment.
Oh, for sure. The fact that we saw Stan Lee a few years before he passed away is definitely a highlight.
I have one last question for you along that vein. So we talked about nonfiction. One fictional character that you could spend time with, having dinner, drinks, whatever the case may be.
It has to be Han Solo. It has to be Han Solo. And the reason why is because I would say Peter Parker or Spider-Man, but the thing about it is that his entire life has been more or less fleshed out from his childhood through till where he's at. The benefit of being able to have this kind of history of the character in so many different facets and mediums is interesting to me, and it also is very accessible to understand. Han Solo has this giant chunk of his career prior to A New Hope. And I know that the movie Solo came out, and there's kind of a little bit of history and backlog there, but there is that giant chunk of his life where he is running Spice and getting a death sentence on God knows how many planets, and being wanted by the Hutt crime syndicate, crime organization. To me, there is so much that I want to learn, and I want to sit at the cantina and drink God knows what and just talk to him and listen to him just recount some of these stories. I think that would be it just inspiring and interesting on so many levels.
Han Solo and a cup of blue milk. Can't go wrong with that. Thank you so much, Flake. It has been an absolute pleasure getting to share, a little bit of who you are with the rest of the world, because I have been lucky enough to be one of your close friends for the past 30 some odd years. So thank you so much for joining us on the first ever episode of The War Room. I want to give you a moment. Where can people find you other than the KARDS Open this Sunday? Where else can people find you?
Well, find me at the KARDS Open. That's where you should be, most definitely. But you can always check me out on Twitter at WatchFlake or on Twitch, twitch.tv/WatchFlake. I play a plethora of card games, Gwent and cards most prominently. Things like Mythgard, Runeterra, Star Wars CCG as well, yes, which is a blast from the past. But you can definitely check me out there. And drop me a line if you have any questions or anything. I'm always open to hearing from people, so don't be shy.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Flake. I'm looking forward to checking you out on Sunday at the KARDS Open.
Thank you so much.
As I mentioned, you'll be able to catch Flake's casting debut when the top 8 compete for a $1,000 prize pool during the KARDS Open IV, February 14th on the official KARDS Twitch channel. The action will be starting at 11 a.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central European Time. We're also going to be back next weekend with KARDS Open Singleton. That tournament's going to be running on February 20th and 21st. For all the information, check out 98.3 TV on Twitter or in the Discord. Enjoy the KARDS Open, and we'll hope to see you again on the next episode of The War Room.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to KARDS Open IV. My name is Olikrummi. I know it's hard to say it every single time, but I'm also known as Olikrummi. And next to me is a new face, someone that I hope is going to be a familiar face. It is Flake. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing well. Excuse me. Now, again, you said I know it's hard to pronounce, and then you went with the nickname, which was equally as hard to pronounce. So we're just going to go with Ollie. That's
Ollie,
why
that's
I go with Flake. One syllable, easy to remember.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But you just had like a Queen's interview for about 30 minutes in the pre-show, but I'm going to give you 15 seconds now to tell the people that didn't see that who you are.
Well, I'm Flake. I'm a CCG broadcaster. Been playing card games, oh boy, since I was about 13, 14 years old. So a little over 20 years now. If you want the long and short of it, that's basically it. I'm a student of card games. I am a lover of card games. And I'm a broadcaster at heart. So this is honestly what I am born and bred to do. I'm very, very happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you as a part of the KARDS community. I've been watching some of your streams. I especially like the little nicknames that you're giving all the little units. So I do appreciate that. I hope we see some of that here today. But we got a jam-packed day of action for everyone here. We're taking the top 8 and we're going to be playing it out all the way to the finals. So maybe we can just bring up the bracket and we can start talking about today's action.
Yeah, there it is, the top 8 for today's tournament again. This is the result of the top 16 that fought it out yesterday. This is the remaining, once all the smoke clears, this is who's ready to stand tall and fight for that prize money. Again, a Swiss tournament was held a week ago, I believe. Lots and lots of people vying for this top 16 and now top 8. So lots of action left to be had over there. You see J King and Com Trues, Gabo, French Coke, James, don't call me Jim Raynor, Vavalon, Berto Burrito, and I Love Mooncake. I mean, I've never had mooncake, but I will take his word for it that mooncake is delicious.
Well, unfortunately, some technical difficulties means that we do not have the James Jim Raynor Vavalon game to cast here, but otherwise, we're going to be casting all the games today, starting with J King 7 versus Com Trues, 2 Canadians there going head to head. Then we're going to be going over to Gabo versus French Coke. Then finally, Berto Burrito versus I Love Mooncake. Berto Burrito, the disciple of J King, he's been training him for some while, and all of a sudden, we see Berto Burrito in the top 8s and finals of a lot of tournaments. They're on the opposite side of the bracket, so maybe this becomes like, a Star Wars father and son duel in the finals. Who knows?
Oh, don't get me started on Star Wars, my friend. I mean, there's just so much to touch upon based on what you said over there. Just the fact that there's a lovely Canadian contingency here represented at the top 8. Myself being Canadian, I know it's nice to see, but we don't play favorites here. We're going to let the cards decide, who is going to go ahead and advance. But this is looking like a very, very strong top 8 as we sort of progress here. We're going to get to the action very shortly. We do have some decks to look at, my friend Ollie. So why don't you walk us through what our good friend J King out of Canada is bringing, again, representing a beautifully sparkling 7-0 Swiss record.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, J King is a beast. Everybody that's been following cards knows that 7-0 in the Swiss round doesn't really have to come as a surprise. He's bringing his 3 decks. Players have to bring 3 decks from 3 different main nations. It is a best out of 3 with 1 ban aside. J King is bringing a Germany-Britain control draw denial deck there with the Panther A's, with the Wolf Pack, with the MI5s. Then he's bringing the counter-offensive U.S. Soviet deck, and this is something that he kind of pioneered behind closed doors and then brought out in the OCC after the patch recently. Then finally, he's capping it out with a Britain-Germany control draw denial deck. So a lot of control here for J King outside of that very, very aggressive, fast counter-offensive deck.
One of my favorite cards, the Katyusha. One of the early crafts that I ever made was the Katyusha. And if you treat them well and you feed them well, they can always come back and get that little extra ping of damage that might change the game. Moving on now, going to Com Trues' deck list, as we see over here. Another, again, representing the Great White North. Not quite a flawless record, but 6-1 is as good as you get, behind perfection there. So take us through the decks that Com Trues is bringing to the tournament.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a similar counter-offensive deck there, the US-Soviet one. That's just a very, very popular deck in the meta right now, and we're seeing it a lot on ladder, and just makes sense to be seeing it here as well. What we're seeing there as well is we're seeing the Soviet USA deck that Darkness has been popularizing on the ladder. This is like cheap artillery, the Chaikas, and then a bunch of Greyhounds and ways to kind of protect that back line, patriotic firestorms, supply chains, and lesser of two evils, and war production to really get that draw engine going. This is going to be an interesting deck if we get to see it played. It's really, really strong. And then finally capping it out with a Britain USA kind of a ramp hybrid control, packing the Mustang there, so he has some answers to the air units, the war bonds, some war machines, but also a whole lot of control in terms of Monty, the shelling, and just what Britain really brings to the table.
There you have it, the 3 deck lists from each player being represented. Again, there is a ban that is going to be had by each player. Each player is going to get to choose one deck that they just don't want to face. And I mean, like you mentioned, that all 3 decks are very strong, and they're a little bit all over the place in terms of, you know, there's a Soviet main there that you said Darkness has made popular. As we dive into the first set here, we can see what the bans are. J King is going to have no access to that British list, but Comtrues, same story. So we're going to get double US on each side, but we're going to have Germany and the Soviets as on Comtrues' side.
This is super interesting because this means that the counter-offensive deck and the backline deck are open for Comtrues. Both are really, really strong. And he took out the most control-heavy deck for J King. So this is going to be a tight match, and I'm really, really looking forward to it. And there you see it, the awesome new ranks there. J King repping the Field Marshal, Comtrues in the Colonel rank. These guys have been grinding the new ladder.
Yeah, when it comes to, you know, a little bit of bragging rights, I guess J King's got the edge here. A little psychological warfare. I'm at the top of the mountain already, my friends, but this is a whole different ballgame. Tournament cards versus ladder cards, not the same thing. As we can see here, Bloody Sickle ×2, Katyusha coming out of that mulligan, and a nice little curve there if you want to. But the problem here is that you're playing first, you don't draw a card. You've got a card like Bloody Sickle that's not really going to do much against that Greyhound that's placed on the board. As we go straight to round 2, the second turn, and this might be a Katyusha, and the problem is that Greyhound could be very aggressive in terms of just pushing up to that front line and making that back line a little bit more hefty.
Yeah, I think the important card in J King's hand here is that air defense, because we know that what Comtrues wants to do is he wants to beef up one of those arties in the back line and then hit your face past all your defenses and not give you really any chance to respond. If J King gets that air defense off and is able to take out one of those early artillery units, that might just help him kind of gain control over this game.
Low rolling on the Katyusha there. Unfortunately, you're going to have to use an extra credit to go ahead and drop the Greyhound, take out the opposing Greyhound, and now it's neutral territory in the middle again. But it's looking like J King's got things working fairly decently with that Greyhound able to sort of punch forward, but a Bloody Sickle is going to make short work of that Katyusha.
Yeah, and then we see he's popping the air defense, decides to remove it, and instead spend, it looks like 2 Bloody Sickles on removing that artillery, and that's why we saw him play the Greyhound to trade instead of using the Bloody Sickles earlier, is because he knew that he needs them to get to those backline units.
Holding the front line here, especially in a deck that does feature some artillery, having it that Greyhound just standing firm in the front line. Very good strategy, very good position to be in. Both players have been cycling decently well with their cards. You can see the M4 Sherman is in J King's hand. He does have possession of that front line, meaning that the Sherman can be played for 2 cards of draw. There is another Katyusha coming in the back line. And again, getting beefed up, and there it goes. It is just firing, again, blitz, allowing you to attack on the same turn that you are deployed.
Yeah, and the 10th Engineers there really coming into play. They can be such a devastating card played in combo with the Katyusha. You know, getting that +2 damage and then the potential of that extra damage proc, it means that you might be doing 4 damage for about 2 credits, possibly 4 credits if you're playing the Katyusha same turn as well. So, really finding value with that card.
There's the supply chain you mentioned. Again, a great mechanic to go ahead and cycle through your deck. Card draw is oftentimes a element of deck building that people sometimes overlook. But the best card players in the world will always tell you that card draw is a valuable asset to have in a deck. It sometimes feel like you're just wasting credits, but access to your deck list is how you want to go ahead and win games. As we see again, another Greyhound moving to the front row with that blitz ability and more artillery in the back row. And look at that. It's a 4 damage coming off the back line over there, and you need to make short work of this Greyhound just to at least save a little bit of face against that artillery in the back.
Oh, opting to retreat the 10th Engineers, forcing him to spend another credit to beef up that artillery in the backline. Obviously, the half track doesn't push Artie back, so he had to use it on the 10th Engineers. Popping that, he's popping that countermeasure as well, making sure that his HQ can't be comboed down here, which I don't necessarily think is going to be a huge concern for him at the moment. But he knows that with that countermeasure, he's able to take care of any attack coming his way.
Cards like half tracks, bounce cards, for those out there who might not know the terminology. A bounce card being something that will put a card back into your opponent's hand. Cards like half tracks, Ollie, not just providing elements of tempo, but how valuable are cards like that in these types of matchups where it's so back and forth, taking the front line, taking the the exchanges where you can, the value trades. But a card like half track, is that like how important is a card like that to a US deck?
Oh, it can be massively important. And if you're thinking about what J King wants to do here, and a lot of the times what you want to do is you want to get to that HQ, and the ability to bounce like a guard unit or get rid of whatever is blocking you from reaching that HQ can be the difference between winning and losing a game. So definitely in my mind, one of the strongest mechanics in the game are these different bounce mechanics that you can have. You can also bounce a unit that maybe ate like 5 buff cards or something like that, and all of a sudden that's all null and void. If you have the opponent's hand full and you buff and you bounce something, it just goes into the trash, so you can also use it as removal.
And as you can see right there, again, taking the front line, moving the half track and the Greyhound to the front, and dropping some infantry, bouncing that artillery back to hand. And here's the deal: is again, the interesting part about this is the fact that those bounce cards just mean that you're gaining the tempo. It's a nice little exchange. Now, you're not destroying the unit necessarily, but you're forcing your opponent to play it again just to get the value off of it. A downside of infantry, of course, is the fact that they cannot move and attack on the same turn. Every single sort of classification of a unit has their own advantages and disadvantages. In this case, infantry just feel so immobile, but in that case, again, taking the front line, a 2-3 body is going to look like it trades fairly well with everything that is in Comtruse's backline there.
Yeah, now J King is starting to have a really, really dangerous board in play. He's got those 2 tanks in the backline. He has the counteroffensive in hand. If he were to pick up a Winter Warfare at this moment, it would be probably 5 damaged units. So that would be a +10/+10 on one of those tanks that he could then mobilize into the front line and hit the HQ. So Comtruse is going to be fighting to battle these tanks, and it looks like he has good answers in place. Does he get the high roll? Yep. Sherman out of the way.
There it goes. Sometimes you just get lucky. In that case, it's a 50-50 high roll that takes out the Sherman. The Katyusha gets the extra damage and makes short work of that Sherman. And again, moving that fighter into the front lines. Again, a lot of this has to do with just keeping control of that front lines, because it's going to cost you actions to not just attack the frontline unit, but also move them into it. So resource management and maximizing what you got. Here's the counteroffensive, making that a massive tank.
A massive tank that can't be targeted by enemy orders either, right? That means that he can't be pinned, it can't be removed, and Comtruse is going to have to just straight up kill it.
And that's a pretty tall order when you've got a 12-12. I mean, one thing about KARDS CCG is that when you're seeing unit sizes, a 6-6 unit is a fairly beefy unit. There are other card games where you might see a 10-10 and not bat an eye, but in this case, a 12-12 is definitely something to screenshot and take home. That is a big tank. Again, tanks have the benefit of being able to attack and move on the same turn. So and now we're at a point in the game where, credits, you've got a lot of them to play around with. And when you have a small hand like that, being mobile with a tank is...
Comtruse, he just ended the game right there. He cycled through his decks with the war production and the supply chains. And man, he found the buffs that he needed. All of a sudden, from out of nowhere, seemingly, Comtruse emptied half his deck and just killed J King's headquarter.
That is a very nifty play. Again, sometimes you just got to play to your outs when you're staring down a 12-12 tank that you know that you won't necessarily be able to trade into, you got to find other ways to do it. In that case, Comtrues had found a very sneaky way to go ahead and just attack the HQ from the back line with a lot of buffs. And like you said, cycling through your deck, finding what you need. That was a really, really nifty play there to go ahead and take the game one away from this match.
Yeah, it was massive. And you know, him having the presence of mind, knowing what's in his deck, playing perfectly around war production and the units and orders that he had in hand with the supply chains, just an absolutely beautiful combo there to finish off the game from Comtrues.
Comtrues coming in with his US and Soviet list as we go forth. There's the Wolverine touching down. Greyhound is going to stay in the back line again. Moving and operating units require operating costs, as you can see at the top left of the unit on the board. So that does take away from your resource pool, your credit pool. So sometimes you can't develop a board and advance. In this case, the Bloody Sickle making quick work of that Wolverine.
Yeah, but now 2 Bloody Sickles gone. That might be a good tool that Comtrues is going to be missing later on into the game. But this is a mirror matchup that we're looking at here. Both guys are bringing this counter-offensive deck, and it's going to be a really, really interesting kind of matchup to see who holds the cards, so to speak, better in this matchup and plays better around the hand that they're dealt.
And that's always an interesting element to these mirror matchups, is the fact that even though you're pretty much playing with very similar resource pools and card pools, so sometimes it's just a matter of who blinks first and who can get the better value out of those cards. You can get the more mileage out of it. In this case, having a Greyhound in the front line makes your back line better. Can you get artillery to then get support for that Greyhound ability? As you can see now, we're going to be bouncing that Greyhound back to hand and establishing board. The tempo is there, the board development is there, the life total lead is there, albeit small. But Comtrues is going to have to make some really nifty plays here to get control of this board again.
Yeah, thankfully he has that Greyhound in hand, so he's able to play and blitz that out to kill that Greyhound in the front line, potentially reclaiming that front line. But he's definitely a little bit up against the wall here. Needs to find a good way to... he's going to bounce the 10th Engineers, probably just play the Greyhound? That's interesting. Giving J-King the front line here.
Yeah, he's letting him have it, and he did top deck that Sherman, so he can go ahead and actually just fortify that front line, play the Sherman here, as you see, to just go ahead, refill the hand a bit, again, forcing Comtrues to make the trades, because the trades I feel are fairly, I don't want to say straightforward, but if you're putting the onus on Comtrues to make the trades, you're also forcing him to commit the credits to make the value trade. Yeah. So you're kind of choking him a little bit out of board development. So I think this is a perfectly fine play from J-King to go ahead, refill the hand, fortify the front lines with a unit that is not going to trade well on Comtrues' side with the 3-3 infantry unit. In this case, I think that it's fine for Comtrues to go ahead or rather for J-King to make this play, because it's putting the onus, like I said, on Comtrues. You make the trades, you pay for the trades that you want. I will just continue to go ahead and establish a board.
Yeah, and this is actually causing some dead cards, kind of, in the hand of Comtrues, right? Those 109th Combat Engineers, not getting any value out of those when you can't move up into the front line. Same thing with the 99th Infantry Battalion. You can't retreat anyone unless you're holding the front line. So 2 cards right off the bat there in Comtrues' hands that he's not able to use to their full effect at the moment.
And there is, here's the trade that we're talking about. And unfortunately, those... it's going to be a 2-for-1 here, unless, again, counteroffensive comes in and does beef up that tank, but that's all she wrote in terms of that particular play, because that's it. That is all the credits that you've got, as Bloody Sickle's going to come in for J-King. Great card here from the Soviet nation to go ahead, deal a damage, and draw a card. And a trade is made, and the front line is still maintained. And as those credit totals sort of begin to pile up, the plays will become bigger and bigger and more complex.
Yeah, and great use of the Hellcat there from J-King, really taking advantage of the double damage against tanks bonus that brings, being able to deal with that beefed up Greyhound. Now it's going to be interesting to see, Comtrues, he can retreat that 99th Battalion from the front line into the back line, but he's not able to actually really move up and put a ton of pressure into the front line. And at the moment, J-King is getting dangerously close to finding a good combo with Winter Warfare and counteroffensive with a tank on the board, so he might just end the game within a turn at any given moment now.
And like you mentioned there, the half track retreating that infantry unit, putting into the back line, typically that retreat mechanic is often best used when something's going back to hand, as it would kind of negate all the buffs that it might have eaten. In this case, you're just playing for tempo if you're Comtrues. You're playing that infantry that would otherwise be best used if you are holding the front line, but you're in a little bit of a tough position here because you just need to put bodies on the board at this point.
Absolutely. And remember as well, right? Most of the units won't be able to attack the same turn they come into play. So when you do bounce something, it means that you're resetting its attack. It means that it won't be able to deal with whatever you put on the board. So you're kind of winning in two ways. When you put a half track on board and you retreat, let's say that 99th Battalion, you're both putting a unit on board for you and you're removing an answer to that unit from your opponent. So
taking a favorable trade there, tank on tank action. That crime is favorable for J King's side over here as he gets the trade that he wants. Again, establishing a little bit of fortification on that front line. It's going to be difficult for Comtrues to go ahead and actually recover. Again, that Sherman, it's a 4/4 tank, and that's nice to have, but you kind of want to be holding that front line to get benefit of that card draw. In this case, as you can see, it's been a struggle as counteroffensive comes in and just goes ahead and beefs up that tank. It's an 8-6 now. Air defense comes through.
He attacks with the 99th Battalion first, so the air defense actually kills it, meaning that he isn't able to trade away the front line like he had hoped to do with this play. If he attacks with the Hellcat first, he actually lives.
Ooh, and the Katyusha is just going to go ahead. Doesn't matter about the high roll. RNG means nothing when it's a sure thing like that as we go ahead and continue to pound down on that HQ, down to 14 health now. J King representing 19 points of HQ potential. But the story here is the fact that J King has just been very efficient on keeping that front line very persistent in holding it and being aggressive, taking trades and just favoring control of the board versus just all out, aggro onto the face. As you can see here, the cards that Comtrues is putting on the board, a lot of it has benefit when the front line is held. And in this case, Comtrues has just been on the back foot for most of this game.
Yeah, not able to activate the draw from that Sherman, further making his hand just not really do what he needs it to do. And now J King sitting on the Winter Warfare counteroffensive combo if he wants to. I have a feeling that there is lethal on the board here for you, J King.
Well, there's the 5 plus that's 9 damage. Katyusha, I feel like there is a school of thought here where you're looking at your opponent's hand. It's pretty low. You've got the front line, you've got the board, you have all the advantages. Perhaps just honing down the opponent's board and keeping it manageable while you just chip away at your opponent will then give your opponent a little less options in terms of beefing up the board and perhaps offering a counteroffensive. But as you can see over here, it's looking like that is a nifty combo, as a tank with 15 damage and 13 health is a pretty nasty thing to stare down. As we can see right there, J King has won that one, and Comtrues goes through with the Soviet list. I believe it's going to be a German list from J King left, and Comtrues is going to be representing the US.
Yeah, it's going to be a German, Britain kind of control, draw denial, discard deck from J King versus the counteroffensive deck from Comtrues. But we just saw right there the power of that combo of counteroffensive. Once you have that Winter Warfare in hand, you got that counteroffensive and you have your board developed, boom, huge unit. Comtrues just not able to take the fight properly for the front line, win that battle, just fell behind. That's kind of the key to that mirror matchup.
Tough hand to start there. Not really much in terms of early potential of dropping units over here. But you've got it comes down to this. This is all she wrote in terms of this quarterfinal match: J King versus Comtrues, both hailing from the Great White North of Canada. And this is it. And drawing an 8-drop unit is not really the top deck that you're looking for. In this case, you just got to sort of pass it on as Comtrues does develop his board.
Yeah, Comtrues, I'd expect him to probably just play the Katyusha here right next to the 10th Engineers and set up his board a little bit. He doesn't really want to waste the 99th Infantry Battalion at the moment.
There is an answer to that Katyusha. There's an order in J King 10 should he wants to go ahead and answer it. A Katyusha left to her own devices can be devastating. especially when supported properly. Opting rather, Comtru's is just going to go ahead and just put bodies on the board and maybe save that Katyusha when the blitz, when he's got enough credits to actually operate the blitz. As you can see here, J-King is contemplating really his only play, which is the sudden strike.
Yeah, and I gotta really give Comtru's a shout out here for this play, because this is truly a big brain play. He's saying that, I want you to use the removal on this infantry unit instead of my Katyusha. My Katyusha is so important that I'm not going to play it into you when you haven't used any of your removal from your starting hand. So good play here from Comtru's.
Yeah, good read. As you can see here, J-King is going to play the sudden strike to go ahead and take out the infantry in the back line, and this gives a nice opening for Katyusha. And again, open decklist, ladies and gentlemen, so there's no surprises here. So it's not like Comtru's is kind of just tapping into one of the millions of realities Doctor Strange opens up. And no, he is actually has the card list in front of him here, so he can suspect that is probably something that J-King is hanging on to, and doesn't want to just go out there and feed a Katyusha to the wolves. As it comes out now, and the blitz ability is going to go ahead, and a little extra cherry on top, 4 damage straight away.
Yeah, 4 damage straight away, and it also means, J-King, he's using the MI5. That slows down the draw a little bit of Comtru's, but it doesn't deal with the board, which means that he can hit face again here if he wants to. Opting to play the M4A1 makes sense, develops the board, but scary looking board now for Comtru's.
Certainly. And I mean, dropping a guard here is okay, but it's not exactly a very threatening guard. A 1-7 looks nice and healthy there, but unfortunately it's just going to sit in the back row. It does get a little beefier on that turn, but as you can see, when you're just firing over top of it with that Katyusha, it is looking like you're sort of just going to be on the back foot here. J-King playing defensively, and Katyusha is getting a little extra cherry on top on that this could be a trade should he wish to do it. Otherwise, I guess establishing the Greyhound is also an option.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Comtru's opt for that instead. He has enough pressure with the M4A1 there in the front line. It can't be targeted with orders, so nothing that can bounce it or remove it. And he doesn't want to trade into the C4th Highlanders while it has 4 attack, because it's going to go down to 1 on J-King's turn. And that Katyusha doesn't really care about those C4s. They can just hit face regardless. So as long as he's blocking J-King from dealing with his backline, then this is a pretty good play. But J-King top decking the root out, and that's going to deal with pretty much the entire board for Comtru's here if he wants to.
Dealing with that tank on the front line, again, maintaining the front line when you're limited, you have limited resources in hand. If you're just looking at advantage here, I mean, yeah, the board is in Comtru's comfortable hands here, but unfortunately he doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of cards in hand to play with, and a little bit of a retreat action on that tank means that should he want to reestablish that front line with that tank, it's going to cost him 2 credits, and that might be all she wrote in terms of how to progress. I mean, do you move the tank up and then play Sherman for card draw being something that you desperately need right now, or do you move the tank up, fire with your Katyusha, and start pushing more tempo and pushing face here?
I mean, it's a tough call. I think you can't really afford to play the Sherman this round, because you need to deal with that Rough Lightning, because otherwise it'll just take out the Katyusha in the backline. And he doesn't get the roll.
No, that's a tough break there. Again, you can't always rely on RNG to bail you out. In this case, it would have been really great for that Katyusha, just go ahead. But now you're going to get a trade, at least get some value out of that fighter, which otherwise would have just been, gone and turned to dust from that Katyusha. And the Katyusha is now toast as well. And the board looking a little bit more manageable, and J-King looking maybe just sort of a little sigh of relief that early on aggression has sort of been quelled a little bit.
Absolutely massive sigh of relief there from J-King. Comtru's on the bright side does get his draw off here, but J-King, he's holding 2 Blackwatches. He's holding an Annihilation. He has plenty of ways to protect his HQ right now, and Comtru's doesn't hold a ton of artillery units or ways to get past those guard units.
A lot of this has to do with just, being able to evaluate when aggression is favored versus perhaps board establishment versus attack, removal, etc. Comtru's here is just going ahead and just a supply line of tanks have made it to the back line there, ready to go ahead and be aggressive. And J-King, however, holding on to a lot of big cards. And I mean, it's still anyone's game at this point, even though the board looks like Comtruses has a firm grip on this. And, you know, he has replenished his hand favorably, and he's continuing to do that in this case. And again, this one is still way up in the air.
Yep, and this is a dangerous situation to be in for J-King. Oh my god, that top deck carpet bomb could have just won and saved the game here for J-King, because you see that there is a counteroffensive now in the hands of Comtruse. He has the strategic bombing. He's just looking for the winter warfare to create a tank that's going to be extremely difficult for J-King to deal with. I guess J-King is also being kind of smart about it. He's holding on to that annihilation. He knows that whatever tank is going to be buffed, it's most likely going to be a Sherman, or you know, it might be a half track, it might be a Greyhound, but it's going to cost less than 5 credits, so he can destroy it with that.
Greyhound drops to the board, moves up front, starts to go ahead and pick away at the guard that is protecting the HQ. Counteroffensive comes in, and that is, again, a massive, massive tank. That does get the buff as it goes through. Annihilation, like you said, you kind of hold on to some of these cards because you figure that they are going to get more value down the road. You don't want to just jump on top of some of these cards as the, you know, as the opportunity just presents itself. But he hasn't jumped on it yet. He's kind of tickling the card there. Finally pulls the trigger. Destroy an enemy unit that costs 5 or less. That buff tank is no longer anyone's problem. And once again, J-King doing a good job of controlling the board between a carpet bomb and the annihilation. The board is once again looking rather scarce for both players, frankly.
Yeah, it's but I personally, I like J-King's position here quite a bit. He has that Tiger in hand. It's going to be a really, really difficult one for Comtruse to deal with. Plus, he's got some card draw. He has different ways to start beefing up the research. He's got to root out the enemy. So I think J-King is in a pretty decent spot here, just depending on, does Comtruse have the ability to ramp up the pressure enough to finish within the next couple of turns here before J-King takes over.
Oftentimes, I mean, I'm a control player at heart, and oftentimes you begin to sweat towards mid game when you've used a lot of those elements that, you know, that allow you to survive until you can get your bigger threats out. And while J-King does have a very healthy hand right now, you got to start thinking about, you know, how many more answers do I have in the deck? Whereas Comtruse is thinking, how many more threats do I have in the deck? How much more can I throw out there that's just going to get annihilated, you know, literally and figuratively? But at the same time, you know, you have to ramp up the pressure because that HQ is at 11. And if you're playing against J-King, who, you know, is leaning more towards a control variant, a control archetype, you have to pressure, you have to put them on a clock. You have to sort of target that HQ versus, you know, trading the units, because this is not a list necessarily that you want to tangle with if it's going to go the distance.
Exactly, and now he's retreating the Black Watch, and he's going to be doing damage to face. He's holding the strap bombing in hand, meaning that he's able to deal 3 damage to the HQ regardless, unless that gets discarded here. So now J-King, he has to find an answer. He did not draw the Leopold. The Leopold would have pretty much, you know, cinched up the game a little bit for him here, or helped him do that. But tough spot here.
Yeah. Convoy looking to dig for answers here. Again, there is a hand maximum, but dropping a guard could help you out.
I unfortunately, the 99th Infantry Battalion in Comtruse's hand means that the Black Watch isn't going to save him. It's not going to be enough. He needs to have at least 2 guards out there if he wants to survive this next turn, or he needs to somehow, you know, hit it with a wolf pack. But with the threat of 8 damage in the front line already there, I think this is going to be game over for J-King here, and Comtruse looks like he's going to be moving on into the next round.
Yeah, you never know. See how this one shakes out, but yeah, the writing is kind of on the wall. That is a single digit of red there, as you can see, just punching through. So a little bit more blitz, a little bit more aggression, as you can see. It's over. Another day, says J-King. That is all of it. Now, the good news of this is that it was a Canadian player that won this one, but that was a back and forth. That last match over there certainly had its share of suspense, and like you said, control versus that type of aggression. Sometimes it's just a matter of having the proper answers for the board situation. It seemed like J King at some point kind of just ran out of answers, and Comtrue's just was continuing to chug along and had so much momentum that you're just pressure, and eventually you sort of bust through. But like I said, Ollie, a Canadian player won, so I am not upset at all.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head there, right? If you replay that game and J King maybe gets another annihilation, a couple more sudden strikes, and a little bit more removal there a little earlier, might have been an entirely different game. But excellent play there from Comtrue's. We've been seeing him doing better and better in tournaments. We've been seeing him, show up in OCCs as well. So definitely up and coming talent there. That's really making a name for himself. Really happy to see him doing well. But if we maybe look at the bracket here in the next few seconds, we see that Comtrue's has beaten J King 7 here 2-1, has moved on into the semi-finals. And next up, we're going to be watching Gabo versus French Coke.
Yes, French Coke. It's sometimes better than the standard English Coke, but in this case, the French Coke. It's La Coke. It's Coke Diet. Some deliciousness over there. French Coke coming in, as you can see here. Gabo, record of 5-2, very respectable, good enough to get you into the top 16, and good showing to get through here to the top 8. As you can see, Gabo's decks. Walk us through these ones, Ollie.
Yeah, we got a Brit air deck there with Japan as an ally, air superiority, and some early fighters and bombers there. Close air supports is pretty standard. This one has been fairly popular on the ladder for some time. Looking at his US Germany deck here, that just looks like a pure frontline aggressive deck. He's packing 2 Blitzkriegs. Everything pretty much has Blitz. He's packing 2 carrier covers, so he's able to retreat a bunch of stuff. Yeah, that one's going to be pretty interesting to see. Aggressive powerhouse there. Finally, Japan, Germany. Again, looks like it's aggressive. This is just a pure frontline deck. He has the Befelswagen. I've been learning how to pronounce these.
I'm glad that you took that chance.
Befelswagen. And he's also running the Panzer 35T. Oh no, I messed up the accent. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Just pure on aggression here. All aggressive decks from Gabo.
That's it. Sometimes you got to play like you got a dinner reservation, right? Just all go face spin. If I lose, I lose. If not, at least I have a tea time that I got to make. So those are those types of decks when you just got no time for games. You got to drop in, do the damage, and get out. Let's go check out Gabo's opponent in the quarterfinals, which is none other than French Coke. Ooh, another Canadian, ladies and gentlemen, with a Swiss record of 6-1. As you can see here, a little bit different deck list. And yeah, we got there is, if that is not mistaken, Japan, and is that France?
Yes, that is France. And he is packing home defense. I think this is the first time I've ever seen home defense in a tournament deck. But this deck has found quite a bit of popularity, but that was kind of before the change to resistance cards. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out now. I know that there is a lot of damage potential and overdraw in this deck. So, if you are playing against this deck, you don't necessarily want to be pinging your HQ down quite a bit. So it's going to be interesting to see if we see that played, but we know that people don't really like playing against resistance, so this one just might get banned. Going over into the Brit US deck there, that looks like it's a fairly interesting deck. I don't think I've seen exactly this deck before. He's running 2 Coldstream Guards, some 2-pounders, a bunch of different bombers, research, and then a Cadet Nurse Corps to kind of, I guess, just repair and beef up his entire board. Shelling, Sexton, Wrath Lightning. This is an interesting deck. I'm really looking forward to seeing this one. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say finally, just looking at some of these decks here, like the curve of this Soviet list. If you take a look at the statistics on top of the deck list, a lot of early game 1s and 2s and 3s, as you can see there. So it's a just drop them out while they're hot kind of list of just play it, push it, and go for it. So, but I'm just very, very interested in seeing cards like Vive la Résistance, and see if wonderful French cards can actually convert. I love the idea of some type of deck disruption, hand disruption, and manipulation of putting cards into your opponent's hand, such as like those resistance cards, and the recent change, which is not just to play them for one in order to pull a card off the top of your deck, but now you have the option of doing 1 damage to the HQ, which you feel sometimes is perfectly fine depending on the deck you're playing against. But an aggressive list like Japan, taking, like you said, taking that 1 point haircut off the top of your HQ can be very detrimental. Sometimes you got to make the tough decision of maybe just taking a roll the dice and seeing what the top of the deck, what that might bring instead. So I mean, I believe if we're ready to rock and roll, my friend, any predictions on this in terms of bans?
Oh man, I think we're gonna see the Japan France deck banned out. I think Gabo just doesn't want to face it. But you know, who knows? Let's see. Yeah, there it goes. Japan and France, it's gone. Gabo does not want to deal with that one. So we're left with the apparently a deck that was kind of pioneered by Spoos, the 2-pounder deck there, and then a Soviet deck that's using 3 mobile defense, which is a card that we never saw before the last patch. So it's going to be an interesting one.
Fortunately, we know the ban on that French deck, it's sometimes you just go with the devil you know versus the devil you don't. If you're not comfortable playing against something because it might be a little bit off the the fringe of what meta might be, you just opt rather to just not deal with it. It's you go with what you know, and even though the deck might not be as strong, sometimes it can surprise. And not exactly the best hand right now for French Coke. As you can see, there is a 2-drop there. You're going first, so you're kind of missing that first turn. There's nothing to play. But then if you're not top decking cards that you can play here, 3 5s in the hand are weighty bricks when you got to win these games, when there's a very little margin for error.
Yeah, we see Gabo there flexing his cosmetics, bringing his world championship card back there. Field marshal rank. He's really feeling good about his place in cards right now. That's for sure. All right, now we have his hand showing up there as well, he found the 32nd Infantry Regiment. That's going to help him develop a lot of early board pressure, but that 2-pounder just might as well have been made to deal with those 32nd Infantry Regiments.
It just feels good, especially when you're dealing the damage. You're not necessarily trading back, especially with the infantry, the artillery having that ability of being able to dish it out but not take it back, but easily dealt with. An order gets rid of that 2-pounder as the infantry does move to the front line. And as you can see here, that is a great card there to keep your hand replenished. If you do hold the front line, you can draw a card at the end of your turn. That he does, although it's not a very intimidating front line, it's a front line nonetheless.
Yeah, now this is an interesting dilemma here for French Coke. He draws the Albacore, so he can get rid of either one of these cards, opting to clear the front line, because otherwise he's just giving him a free trade with that infantry unit next turn.
It's tough to see, as you can see right there. I mean, you're spending a turn, a crucial turn, and although that was a good trade to make, a nice little exchange, you're still leaving 2 credits on the table that you could use to sort of establish another smaller unit and push forward. And it's always it's always a tough pill to swallow when you have to just pass through a turn with with some more coin left in your pocket that you can't really carry over into the next round.
Yeah, and a tough turn here for French Coke. All the cards in his hand cost 5 credits. He has 5 credits, and it costs 1 credit to use his Albacore. So he has to choose: do I operate my unit, or do I use any of the cards in my hand?
Operating the unit makes sense in the sense of you want to get rid of that card in the back line, but then you're leaving 4 credits on the board. I mean, you have to play a 5. I mean, if this was a casino game, you'd walk home a millionaire with a hand like that. But unfortunately, this is cards, friends, and you got to establish the board before you can kind of spend those credits. So I think French Coke makes a pretty decent play here to pin that unit and have an artillery ready to rock and roll here.
Yeah, it's going to be wondering what Gabo's going to do to answer that. He's got the carrier cover, so he's able to retreat that unit if he wants. He's also just able to double down and flip the board. But French Coke having 2 units on board that can trade without receiving damage back is a little bit dangerous. So he probably wants to do something to deal with that board pressure from French Coke.
It's necessary. I believe it's definitely necessary, especially when establishing or being able to reach those units on the back line is going to be a chore in itself, because the infantry are going to have to take a turn to to be deployed, and then an additional turn to move to the front line, and then an additional turn to actually attack. That is a lot of time wasted while those units like the Sexton and the Bomber are going to be going ahead and dishing out damage all along. As you can see over here, however, you're dropping some cards in the back row. They are smoke screened, and they do make your units better as they advance to the front row. But at this point, those aren't exactly threatening units as they sit back there. So they're just kind of helper effects for the actual aggression. But there's not a whole lot of that aggression, as you can see.
Yeah, and man, French Coke, he still has the same problem. He has too many expensive cards in hand right now. He can only play that Sexton and attack once if he wants to do that now. I'm looking at Gabo's hands. He has another First Marines in there, which he's able to play and blitz into the front line next turn. That's going to become a 5/4. So he has different ways to kind of bounce back into this, but not a lot of options here, apart from just playing the Sexton again, I think, for French Coke.
It buys you time. It immobilizes that infantry on the front line, which then you could go ahead and spend the 3 credits of your Sexton and your Bomber to deal with it. But again, then you're once again spending credits, a lot of credits, just to equalize, just to get to an equal board state. But as you can see there, we can do it adding 3 defense to everything on the board, and this becomes a much more beefy, a much more resilient board to deal with. And now the damage that you're representing on the board between your artillery and your bomber is not exactly amazing, but that is a great card to pick up. As you can see, the Sexton comes through, goes and drops a shell on the back row, eliminating another unit, and now making it such that the infantry is not going to necessarily trade favorably with anything.
Yeah, and balanced again, removing the buff, forcing French Coke to spend another 5 credits to get that Sexton out. Yeah,
that's a naughty board, friend.
French has spent 15 credits if he plays that Sexton again. He's spent 15 credits just to get it out, and he's attacked with it once. So for 17 credits across 3 turns, he's gotten 1 attack out of it. And that's, just an exceptionally well played match by Gabo, just really, really eliminating the potential of value for French.
Feels bad. I mean, if that Sexton just is curious as to what the hell the plan is, it's just like, okay, go out, come back, go out, come back. It is getting a little tired here. It's probably dizzy as F right now if it's been sort of dropped in and out of the hand so many times. It is an effective card, but Gabo has been very, very effective as well in terms of just nullifying the big threats. And like we mentioned at the start of this game, the hand was just so weighty, so many big cards that when you're missing curve like you would prefer, there's not a whole lot that you can necessarily do in terms of those first few turns of establishing a board and having something there to respond to the constant threats that Gabo's tossing onto the board. As you can see, once again, Sexton comes down, pins the infantry, Bomber comes through, pins as well, and now it's just a matter of, I suppose, can French sort of trade in a way that makes sense to him, that he could perhaps fight back?
I would say as the game goes on, and French has a higher credit total each turn, his chances become better. He's packing 2 carpet bombs. He has that research. He has some bounce with the Raft Lightnings. So he's also packing a Monty and a shelling. So he has a lot of ways to kind of delay and slow down the game until he can get those kind of bigger cards out. However, with a rapidly developing board from Gabo here, and the fact that he's probably going to be able to play a We Can Do It on that entire board next turn, man, French is in trouble.
That is definitely an intimidating board, and even though there's no real giant monsters to deal with, that's the benefit that Gabo has right now, is that he's basically spread his eggs into multiple baskets in this case, and everything on the board is a viable threat. You have a 5/4, a 3/7, a 2/4, a 2/5, and We Can Do It just makes everything a lot more sticky to the board and difficult to actually deal with. And it's going to take French Coke's going to need to really start making decisions as to how he's going to not just trade viably, but how to use those credits to just present a board that Gabo has to actually fight through. And as it's been right now, French Coke has just constantly just been struggling to just maintain anything on the board at this point.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think we're gonna see Gabo make a huge play here. That we can do it is such a good safety card to have against Britain, because you're basically carpet bomb proofing your entire battlefield by playing it. You're preemptively countering the carpet bomb, and I think at this point there's pretty much nothing that will get French Coke back into this game, apart from maybe like a carpet bomb shelling carpet bomb, 3-turn combo, just absolutely wiping out anything that Gabo plays. But man, tough situation he's in right now.
I like the way that you proposed that there, that the we can do it is frankly just a preemptive answer to the carpet bomb that that French Coke might be hanging on to. Adding 3 health just says, all right, if you want to carpet bomb me, it's just kind of back to square one. And I spent less credits to negate your carpet bomb, so it's not going to work out.
Look at the top deck there for Gabo. He just picked up the Blitzkrieg. That means that next turn, when he plays that Blitzkrieg, it's going to be an additional 15 damage in the front line on top of all the stuff he has there.
Intimidating, and really, frankly, the weakest unit on the front line is a 4/4. Frankly, if you want to actually bust through that, it's going to cost you a lot of credit, a lot of maneuver space. But in this case, I think it's all she wrote. As you can see, give all your non-USA units +2/+2. That's fine and dandy, but I mean, a Blitzkrieg is a Blitzkrieg, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to go ahead and see just how this goes. Now, he is burning a card off the top because his hand is full, but I don't think that's really going to factor into anything.
Nah, this is all she wrote. He even has a Panzer 35T in hand if he wants to get an additional unit there. Oh, and he gets the patrol, which means for 2 credits he can just completely bypass the guard there. He doesn't even have to kill the East Surrey, so that Blitzkrieg is going to be instant death for French Coke.
Yeah, why even bother with the guard when you could just walk right through them? Or that was a nifty play again. It was never in doubt, because in this case, I feel like it was just French Coke who was sitting on the back foot the whole time, just struggling to play units on the actual support line there. I mean, from the get-go, you could kind of tell that French Coke was in trouble based on the fact that really he just missed a few turns of actual tempo development. In this case, having a lot of big cards in your hand against the way that Gabo established the board, and the timely bounces of, I don't know how many times that Sexton was in and out of the hand, but it was just difficult for French Coke to actually establish a board to contest here. And Gabo made perfect plays and found the cards he needed, and it was just a Blitzkrieg right to the HQ, and it was never in doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it, and Gabo, he has French Coke, he has 9, 10, 11, 12. He has 13 cards in his deck that cost less than 5, right? or 3 or less, and he couldn't find any of them. He couldn't find his honeys, he couldn't find his kitty hawks, any of it.
Sometimes that's what you got to rely on. I mean, they say you can have a low RNG card game, but at the end of the day, I mean, do you even count card draw as an RNG element? Does that even make sense here? But if you don't draw your answers, you don't draw the cards, it's going to be a tough go. But things tend to balance out. That's why it's a best of 3 in this case. As you can see, French Coke does have another shot at winning this one, as Gabo is going to be relying now on his Japanese deck. The aggression is there, friends.
The Beffelswagen's going to come out here. No, wait, wasn't that a Beffelswagen in his hand? Oh, I thought so. But yeah, good that French Coke found that East Surrey, but he was already looking like he had a rough start to this game.
Yeah, this is looking pretty naughty, as you can see over there. That card is just immediately destroyed. The front line is held very nicely by Gabo, as he's, once again, French Coke is just struggling to go ahead and find units. As you can see here, guards are nice. They're gonna get the job done. Japanese units tend to have low health values. Those very aggressive, low-cost units don't trade very favorably against these defenders. But as you can see there, the destruction element does find the target, and it's everyone. It's go face time, as you can see here, as the front line is populated. and a 0 operation tank is a difficult thing to digest.
Yeah.
Moving forward here, there's the Kitty Hawk going to go ahead and just try to make some sense of what's going on. It's going to go ahead and deal some damage there to the tank, and but the problem again is the fact that playing against this aggression, really, French Coke has to just not necessarily worry about clearing the board, but that health total is going to get shaved down pretty quickly.
Yeah, and he needs to start getting answers out here faster than he's currently getting them out there. He can play the engineer battalion and trade with the Kitty Hawk next round, but the frontline pressure just keeps pouring on here for Gabo.
These aggressive lists are not necessarily about trading favorably. It's more so about actually just going and finding the avenues that you can to get that damage straight to the HQ. As you can see now, 11 health total. There's a lot of bodies in the front row that really, frankly, they don't care about destruction. They just want to go down there and deliver their message to the HQ, and then who cares what happens. It's just a matter of pouring it on, like you said, getting to that front line, getting to the HQ, just hammering down that health total as much as possible. Now, there are elements for French Coke to recover some of that health, but they are expensive, and they seem like they're just so far down the line.
Yeah, and right now, he's threatening, 7 plus 4. He's threatening 11 damage in the front line. If you take into account the destruction effects, now 13 damage. French Coke, he doesn't have any time to waste. Oh, that Monty, that could potentially help him out a little bit. The Monty plus, another engineering battalion into possibly like research. He could start bringing his health total back up and get himself out of danger range, but tough spot here for French Coke.
They exist in every card game, ladies and gentlemen. Those face hunting, damage aggro style burn decks, they are everywhere. They don't go anywhere. As you can see, there's the Monty, pin all the units, grab a card in hand as well. That is a way to sort of quell the pressure and kind of just relieve it a little bit over here, but you still got to start making trades, and it's not like you're still kind of a little far away from feeling comfortable. As draw a card, give your HQ some defense. That's a nice little nifty play. As you can see, this is going to kind of just satiate that aggression that Gabo has been presenting so long. 4 pinned units in the front, while you're able to go ahead, gain a little HQ defense and put another body on the board. You're feeling a little better, but if you're French Coke, but you know that aggression is going to continue to pour on.
Absolutely, and French Coke is really relying on that carpet bomb to be able to deal with whatever comes out next. So that key 83 could be a huge problem from him. He doesn't really have a way to deal with that key 83 properly. So he's going to have to find a way here to really... Oh, and the Yamato, which means that the doubles up on the destruction effects, and all of a sudden, that is a scary board, and that Shelling could actually help him here quite a bit.
Like you said, that is just such a scary card because you're always inclined to clean up the board, but that's the great part about those destruction effects, is that even when they're dead, they get their message across. It's a nasty little effect. As you can see, here comes more damage, more attacks. The destruction effects are going to go ahead and pile onto that HQ, and you're kind of against the clock here. If you're French Coke, you got to start fighting back, but at the same time, it's just so taxing. Every single dude that dies now is going to tax that HQ a few points, and it just hurts to do it, because you know that the game is still in a relatively mid-range phase here, so it's not like the aggression is going to stop. There's still so many threats left, as you can see, every destruction effect is just going to go ahead and tax that HQ of a few more points.
Yeah, and those Mito regiments, they got 4 damage as a destruction effect because of that Yamamoto. So they're actually threatening lethal just off the destruction effects from those 2 Mitos alone. But the only option here really for French Coke is to find a way to, I don't know, he kind of needs to, I guess, top deck his single honey. But it's just game. He has no recourse here.
That's the tough part. I mean, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Do you let them live and to kill you, or do you kill them and kill yourself? I mean, this is now more so a matter of spite. Who do you want to be the master of your fate? Do you just want to go down swinging kind of thing? I mean, yeah, you're gaining a little bit of extra defense here, but as you can see, he decides to take his fate into his own hand and walk the path himself. As you can see there, it happens sometimes. Unfortunately, that is a very, very intimidating board, and though all the units are kind of small and dinky to a degree, I mean, they get the job done. As you can see there, Gabo has made short work of French Coke. Gabo is going to be moving forward there. 2 swift wins to advance to the semifinals. We do have another quarterfinal match left there, Ollie. I just want to talk real quick about that previous match. That aggression, it just seemed like they went from French Coke went from dealing with a very oppressive deck that was bouncing a lot of cards in and slowing the game down and chipping away before it was able to just go ahead in one big wave and kill with Blitzkrieg. And then in the second match, it was the complete different. It was just pressure, 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 and every trade you make is going to hurt you.
Yeah, I think that was an excellent series by Gabo. I think he played that really, really well. And at the same time, I think French Coke got really unlucky with his card draw on that British deck. I mean, that deck really revolves around getting those two pounders out, buffing them a little bit, finding ways to kind of get your board in a place where you can effectively trade with whatever comes out from your opponent. And in both games, French Coke just wasn't able to get that control over the game. Was fighting off the back foot, had really expensive cards in hand, had to pass a couple of turns. I believe he had to pass like turn 3 in the first game and turn 4 in the second game, or at least the first couple of turns. So yeah, tough draws there for French Coke, but exceptionally well played there from Gabo. So not taking anything away from him.
Yeah, I mean, and he does walk away. He does finish, is bounced out of the quarterfinals. He does still win 30 packs of KARDS CCG, as we, the prize pool is pretty significant. Looking at the bracket right now, Comtrues and Gabo move forward, and there is the phantom match, if it will, the ghost match, the dark match, if you are a wrestling fan. Jim's Don't Call Me Jim Raynor has defeated Vavalon 2-0. That is unfortunately due to some technical issues, we could not bring you that match, but it did take place, and that is the result, as we do have one more quarterfinal match. Just to give you a little bit of a heads up here, we are fighting for a prize pool of $1,000 USD, and everybody in the top 8 will take home 30 packs, but first prize is going to take home a cash prize of $400. Second place is 250 US. Third place, 200 bones, and our fourth place finisher's got 150 clamps to sort of go ahead and deposit and buy perhaps more cards. Who knows? But this is a good time, ladies and gentlemen, before we just jump into the final match of the quarterfinals. Just go ahead and check it out. KardsCCG.com. Go check them out. Go see it on Steam. There's now's the time to get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. If you're liking what you see, go check it out. Ollie can attest to this. Kards.com. KARDS.com.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, we just released a bunch of changes, and I think the game is in a great spot right now. Balance changes and more releases coming up soon. And yeah, a more fired up team than ever before. So I'm really, really excited about this year. I hope people are also enjoying like the cosmetics that are coming out, the PPSH now, the Soviet submachine gun. We're also kind of working towards getting those individually into the store, because we've heard some feedback from people not wanting the packs with them. So we're working with the community in terms of building the best possible experience around cards that we can. So we want to continue that. And if you want to be a part of that journey, by all means, join up today.
There you go. That's the pitch, and it's a good one, friends. And now it's up to you to knock it out of the park. We're going to move on to the final match here of the quarterfinals, and as you can see, there's the games are pretty back and forth. They're really good, tough to call early on, as our good friend Berto Burrito, again with a beautiful record, 6-1, spectacular record going through the Swiss, made it through to the top 8. Walk us through our good friend Berto Burrito, another Canadian, going through to the top 8.
Yeah, J King's disciple here, bringing a really, really familiar 3 decks. This is very, very similar to what J King was bringing. You got that counteroffensive US-Soviet deck. You got that more control-y Brit-Germany deck with the MI5s and draw denials and root outs. And then finally, you have that German-Brit control-style deck that we actually saw, J King struggle a little bit with in that final game of that series. So familiar decks that Berto's bringing to the field here.
And moving on to his opponent, Berto Burrito is going to be facing off against none other than I Love Mooncake. And sometimes when your screen name is just a demonstration of your truest and most inner feelings, that's when you gain fans, friends. Is the Swiss record of 6-1 also very strong, just one loss under his belt. But this is it. This is where it comes down to, moving up to the semifinals. I Love Mooncake bringing 3 decks of his own, as you can see there. A German list, a Soviet list, a US list, as well as a Britain list.
Yeah, and for me, whenever I hear Mooncake, I can just think of Final Space. I don't know if everyone here has seen that show.
Yes. That's a great show with Gary the alien.
Gary. Yeah. The Gary. Just
great
Gary.
show. It's a great show. It's an excellent show.
Mooncake, man. Check out that show if you haven't. It's absolutely fantastic. But I Love Mooncake here, bringing, like you said, a US German deck there. Looking at it, it's an aggressive deck. The Panther G being kind of the biggest one there. It doesn't look like there's no... Yeah, it's a bolster. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Bolster the ranks there. Triple bolster the ranks in that deck. Really looking to beef up that Panther G, that M4A1, those untargetable tanks, and bringing them forward to kind of cap off the win after some early pressure with those smaller units. And then you go over to the Soviet deck. This one is a really, really interesting one. He's running the minority recruits and a lot of kind of control type cards there. He's got the Kachushas, Siberian Transfer. This is a fairly high value Soviet deck. Interesting to see this one. Finally, the Brit. What is that? Brit Japan? Yeah. And that's a classic Brit air deck here from Mooncake.
I love seeing Bolster in the Ranks. It's a card that, it just can really change the course of a matchup. And like you said, targeting cards like the Panther G that has a 3 operating cost, it's just you're getting a lot of bang for your buck off of a 4 credit card like Bolster the Ranks. 3 credit card rather of Bolster the Ranks is it kind of just punches through. It increases the strength of your Panther G as well as allowing it to operate for free. You just get a little double tap on that card with a lot of range in terms of get a lot of mileage out of something like that. As I think we're ready to rock and roll, as we're gonna go check out the bands here as we take a look. Berto Burrito, no access to the British forces, as I Love Mooncake is gonna have to say bye-bye to that US deck.
Yeah, nothing really surprises me too much here. I wonder why Mooncake wanted to get rid of the Brits there. I feel like that might have been, I feel like that counter-offensive deck is probably a stronger deck overall, but we'll see how that plays out for Mooncake here.
Into the first game, as you can see over here, Berto Burrito versus I Love Mooncake, and we're looking at the German list versus that Soviet list as the cards come through. Nothing really spectacular right off the bat. The Africa Corps is not bad, but I think he's going to hang on to that Panzer. You kind of need something at a certain point. You don't want to toss everything away as much as you kind of want to get rid of cards to go ahead and find that early curve, especially when you're going first. You want to find those 1-drops, those 2-drops. In this case, maybe hanging on to the Panzer just allows you to have something should your opponent sort of suffer the same fate of having a bad hand.
Yeah, I also like Berto keeping the Africa Core in hand there. It gives him a turn 2 that replaces the card that he spends. It means that he is able to build up his hand a little bit through turn 2 if he doesn't draw a 2-drop here. But on the other side, I Love Mooncake. He has the engineering battalion right off the bat, but not playing it. Probably scared of, a Flampanzer. And Berto securing that Leopold.
I mean, that's a card that you're thinking down the line. You're going to get to those turns later on in the game, and seeing that your opponent didn't necessarily establish the board early on, you can maybe go ahead and play the, grab those bigger value cards like the Leopold. Once again, those are game-changing cards, and if you have a chance to go ahead and scoop one up into your hand, grabbing Leopold can really, really save you from a dire situation later on.
Yeah, I guess the positive here from I Love Mooncake is the fact that he is holding 2 tactical strikes there in hand, and if he's not forced to use them before the point in the game where Berto starts playing the Leopold, he should have an answer in hand really quickly.
Choice to make here: Flampanzer, the Sudden Strike, or the Sky Barons. Which one are you looking at that you want to hang tight on?
It is a live cast. I just needed to convince the chat. They're being meanies here. They think that we are pre-recorded here, Flake. No. We are really, really live. I promise. This is an interesting one. A lot of really it's kind of a tough one, right? Because you don't want to use the Skyburns on the Chaika. It's just going to replace itself with another unit. But yeah, having Skyburns, not a bad shout.
This is where we would. This is a good opportunity for us to actually just sort of. It cuts to us holding today's newspaper, just to. Just kind of, it's almost like it could be us convincing you that we're live, or it's a hostage situation. Either way, we are indeed broadcasting this live on February 14th, 2021 version of Earth. And as you can see there's the fighter is coming in onto the front line to protect that bomber from getting harassed perhaps by that tank. As you can see in this case, the sky superiority is in Isle of Mooncake's favor, as bombers are able to dish out their damage to ground units without taking it back. So they'll be able to go ahead and maybe punch down some of those threats, those early game threats that Berto wants to establish. But from Isle of Mooncake's perspective, protecting that front line is I feel is a very important element.
I agree with that. And that bomber in the back line, the Petliakov, it's going to be a dangerous bomber to keep alive for Berto Burrito. He is relying quite heavily on deployment effects. So that Flampanzer, for instance, you need that deployment effect to get rid of the engineering battalion. Even the deployment effect from the Leopold is to send all units to hand. So as long as that bomber is on the field, then Berto can't even play his Leopold.
Protecting it is going to be difficult. It's not like you have a very beefy unit on the front line in order to protect it. As you can see here, the tank is going to start making its way, and that is a nifty little play route out the enemy to go ahead and just reduce some of those some of that health. A -2 across the board does make short work of that plane that came through the fighter that was that spawned into the support line. And now Berto does have the front line, but that bomber is going to be able to respond.
Well, actually, it won't this turn, because it's still going to have 0 attack. He can remove it with the Naval Brigade if he wants to, but I think he definitely wants to hold on to the Naval Brigade to get rid of a bigger unit. I think the KV-1 here is a good play.
You are correct. Yeah, that is my bad. The -2 did maintain it through to the next turn, and Annihilation is going to come through and destroy that card that was really just choking a lot of the abilities of Berto's hand. Now Leopold back online because it is free and clear to have a deploy effect, but it is still a few turns away. So the big Leopold play is not quite ready, but it is primed should that be an issue. And again, it is worth noting, Ollie, that if you are bouncing cards back to the hand and the hand is full, what happens to those cards?
They get just removed from the game entirely. So yeah, playing another one of those bombers, still making it difficult. But now both tactical strikes are gone from Mooncake, means that Berto, he has the Skyburns in hand now to deal with that other bomber if he wants, and that means that Leopold play is going to be free and clear for him.
Once again, that Skyburns can go ahead and make short work of the bomber in the back row. You do draw a card on top of that. 4 more credits to go. There's no real super efficient way to use those. You're going to be playing most likely a 3-cost unit.
Yeah, I quite like playing the Flampanzer there, getting rid of the engineers. I guess the difficulty for him is that he's getting pretty low on HP here. And he's going to be taking 2 more damage from the KV-1 proc next turn. And that's going to put him down to 9. That's going to be 6 if I Love Mooncake decides to attack with the KV-1. So he needs to start thinking about how he's going to close out this game and how he's going to stay alive. And this game could come down to those minority recruits, because he might be able to steal that Leopold with the minority recruits and then just finish off Berto there.
Minority recruits is an excellent answer to that. Depending on what the board state is, I suppose Leopold will bounce all your cards or your opponent's cards out of the way. But if it's the only card on the board and you're able to just go ahead and grab it with the minority recruits, that is an excellent answer. Right now, I don't think that the health totals are really factoring in. I think it's a matter of if Berto Burrito wants to win this, he has to take it from an element of control, of getting all the value that he possibly can. and still a turn away from that Leopold, so he does need to survive. He is facing down 8 potential damage here, because he cannot advance the tank. He just does not have the credits to do so. As you can see there, there's again more damage. Target is going to retreat there. He's going to go bounce that tank back and hopefully just start getting a little bit more aggressive here to put Mooncake on a little bit of the defensive here. But again, when you're staring down such low HP, it's probably in your best interest, if you're Mooncake, to maybe just continue that peppering that HQ and finding those seams.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting spot here for Mooncake. I don't think he has to be worried about Berto, killing him from 27 HP on the HQ. He has the Falkenwolf out. He could attack the HQ there, put him down to 4, basically force Berto to spend 4 credits trading into the FW in the next turn and playing his own FW out there, or the KV1. So all of this is gonna be a pretty good play from his point of view. But what we know is that Berto Burrito has the From the Deep there. So whatever he plays is going to get destroyed.
It's a good point to make there. Again, if you do choose to be the aggressor here, as I Love Mooncake, putting in that damage to the HQ, which is what he chooses to do, you are, again, putting the onus onto Berto Burrito to make the trades in order to just survive. But take a look at that. There's another big threat. So it's not going to be fantastic. From the Deep does save the day. But still, you're feeling quite confident if you're I Love Mooncake, because now you're forcing Berto Burrito to spend, like you said, 4 credits merely to get an unfavorable trade. So it's going to cost you a lot to get something that you're not exactly too thrilled to have. It's like buying a Kia. You're spending a lot of money and you're probably not happy by the end of it. So, there is the option here to just hit the Leopold and bounce a card. But again, it's not like you're facing down potential lethal a few turns later, but it is a good tempo play that can, furthermore answer the call.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be an interesting one, man. If he plays that Leopold, I Love Mooncake. He has the minority recruits to steal it, but he can't attack with it, so it's gonna be. He found the Bloody Sickle. So the Bloody Sickle plus Naval Brigade is able to absolutely decimate that Leopold, and he's not able to trade into the Naval Brigade with the Flampanzer first, so he has to hit it with both. Just opting for the tactical strike. And never mind me, I was going down another tangent, but
it's a great tangent to go down. Don't feel bad when you're finding all the different avenues of attack here, because that's what's great about this game, is that there's so many different ways to address the board state. In that case, Leopold is a very scary card. It sits in the back row. It represents 6 points of damage that receives nothing in return when it attacks. So it is it's tough, because sometimes it feels like when there's a Leopold on the board and you're dropping units, you're just feeding that Leopold over and over and over again. In this case, being able to deal with it in that clean way is pretty nice. But again, your Berto Burrito, you've got 4 HP on your, you've got 4 points of defense on your HQ, and you still need to go ahead and address the threat, which is essentially 5 points of air damage. That should he be able to answer that guard in the back row, it's lights out.
Yeah, this is game. He can Bloody Sickle the Blackwatch Naval Brigade and then attack with the Falkenwolf. So game 1 is going to be going to Mooncake here if he is able to spot the lethal. Looks like he is. And there we go. The Blackwatch has been removed, and now the FW-190. That's going to be game. I Love Mooncake, really, harnessing the power of the planet-destroying green blob from Final Space, and absolutely Berto Burrito here in this first match. Berto 0, I Love Mooncake 1.
Yeah, well, there's still lots to be played. Like we said, Berto Burrito, don't ever count a Canadian out, is what I will say. Again, fully biased, I am not afraid to say, but that's the beauty of playing card games digitally. It's online. You can play against anybody in the world, and in this case, that's a lot what's going on here. So a very nice hand looking over here. Berto Burrito has a great hand to start off with. I feel like this is a pretty decent, but proving me wrong, or he's kind of teasing us here. Yes, no. What is he looking for in this case, Ollie, that he's sort of contemplating tossing the Winter Warfare and the Hellcat?
I mean, the Winter Warfare doesn't really come into play until you've kind of developed your board a little bit, and you can combo it with a big counteroffensive. So he might be thinking like, yeah, I can draw into it a little bit later into the game, but at the same time, it definitely feels good to kind of have it in your hand from the get-go. I think he found very much what he was looking for there with the counteroffensive being picked up early. Probably didn't want the strat bombing right away, but yeah, that initial draw of the half track definitely put him where he wants to be with what he has in hand right now.
Worth noting there is, lots of camaraderie going on here. Mooncake and dropping the hello, the greeting, responded by Birdo, and so there is handshakes, and they are touching gloves at the beginning of this one as air superiority comes through, makes short work of that Greyhound, and a little back and forth right out of the gate. But look at the hand difference. There's just so many cards that Birdo Burrito can drop and keep pushing over here, as there is that fighter jet in the back row in the support line. And the beauty of that Greyhound is that it can move forward and attack on the same turn, but it's not going to have the benefit of that infantry support unless the infantry follows through as well. So we'll see how this one develops.
Yeah. And, pretty decent turn here for Mooncake. He's got that close air support. He's got that Albacore. Picked up a convoy, so he has some draw. I quite like his hand.
Still early, and it's nice to see that the players are actually taking a little bit of time to think about it and not... Sometimes it's a caster's worst nightmare when the action is hot and heavy. You can barely finish a sentence before all the fireworks finish off. But as you can see here, that is a great card to start off with. Nice use of your credits in this case to go ahead and push forward, remove one of your opponent's threats, as well as present an unfavorable trade as well. That Greyhound getting the benefit of the +1 attack based on the smokescreen infantry in the back row that boosts any unit that advances, as taking the opportunity, Mooncake going ahead with the convoy, filling up his hand a little bit here.
Yeah, he finds the Pioneer Company. It's not going to have a huge impact for him given his hand right now, but could help him later on into the game if it survives. But now we're seeing the difficulties start, right? There's 4 units on board, so Birdo Burrito could theoretically deal 10 damage to face here with the Winter Warfare plus counteroffensive.
Such a great combination over there. Again, it punishes a deck that has a lot of units on the board that does not have an initial answer to a big threat like that tank. Again, that Greyhound starts off as a 1/3 1-drop, and suddenly it's a 10/10, just like that on turn 4. It can get really naughty if left unchecked. That's pretty much where we're at over here, and it doesn't look like there's really any answer. As you can see, a turn 5 Blitz victory, and Birdo Burrito wondering just how mean he wants to be, but opting instead to spend that 1 credit to slam 10 points of damage. Birdo Burrito comes back in short order to even up the series at 1, and we're going to a 3rd game, Ollie.
Yeah, crazy game, and it just shows how crazy that combo can be if you're not prepared to deal with it, and if you draw into it that early. And that's the point that we were making. He found that Winter Warfare again after dumping it in the mulligan. He found it within the first 5 turns. If he doesn't find that Winter Warfare, he doesn't pull off that combo, and I love Mooncake might have a bigger chance. So it's not necessarily the most consistent deck in the world, but it is definitely extremely powerful. And it's going to be interesting to see what Kiela does around this in the upcoming balance patches.
Sometimes it's a high risk, high reward situation, and if you can find the combo piece early and you can pop it off, like, why not? More power to you. And sometimes those cards, when left to their own devices, can be bricks, but when everything lines up and the stars align, you can see you can kind of see some beautiful things happen. In that case, a turn 4 10/10 tank is just nasty threat to deal with, as again, exchanging pleasantries is the first way to go. That's as nice as it'll get before they start tossing some cards back and forth, as we are looking again for an elite unit, 1 of 3. Looking at what we've got over here, there's really, if you're looking to play on curve, it's a difficult selection here.
I think this is a pretty interesting choice here. I think I would go with the Hornice, because it is Well, actually, the Blom and Voss might not be a bad shout here because it does have the same HP value as the Hornisse and can kind of protect you from those early bombers that I Love Mooncake might want to be playing. So I think he definitely wants to take a fighter here.
It could be a good option. Again, it would essentially represent your next turn's deployment, and rather going for the 410 Horny in this case, and that is a nice little card to have in your pocket later game. It does kind of round out a little bit of the curve if necessary. You do have some 3 drops if you need them. The Flampanzer is one of them. And then you're moving on to, you'll have 2 draws to perhaps find something favorable for the next turn. But this is, there's no questions what's going to be played over here. The Flampanzer was already out of the hand before he even drew, as he goes ahead and drops that through, because frankly, I mean, that's a card that can deal with the back line relatively favorably. I don't think that those cards, those planes, the bomber, the fighter, they're not necessarily going to be all that scary to that Flampanzer.
No, and I just want to talk about the Hornisse here as well. If anyone in chat has drawn a Leopold off the Hornisse and done 10 damage with it, like, please raise your hand, because that is probably one of the most satisfying moments I've had in cards. It's absolutely insane.
It is definitely a fun element. I mean, because there's a little bit of you can't necessarily rely on a 410 Horny to go ahead and draw all the big cards and deal some damage. But man, when it does, like you said, it is just a brilliant little play to rely on. And if you can protect that card, then it just becomes a matter of how long can I last, where I can just get the freebies off of this. And in this case, as you can see there, a little bit of blitz action moving to the front, and that other tank, the Flampanzer, is just going to sit in the back row. It still has enough HP to survive another assault from a bomber, so I don't think it's really in a bad position out of the gate here, but it is going to be an expensive move should that tank want to move to the front and attack. 4 credits it's going to need to spend to perhaps remove one of those planes in the back row.
Yeah, and really interesting here, the Nebelwerfer that's been played in the front line now. That means that enemy aircrafts will enter the battlefield pinned, so I Love Mooncake needs to get rid of that as soon as possible. And he has a pretty fun combo in hand, actually, with the HMS Illustrious. If he gets a close air support, he is able to, really quickly deploy 2 new bombers, have 4 of those, British fighters and airplanes on the field, and really beef up one of those fighters.
Well, the Royal Air Force is really showing their strength in this case. Not necessarily the biggest planes at the moment, but they are numerous. They are abundant, and as you can see, the Flampanzer comes in. That's the whole turn, unfortunately, but it is. I think it is relatively worthwhile because it's going to be tough to trade with that tank favorably. So spending those 4 credits to get rid of that bomber, I feel, was necessary. I mean, the other option is really what? Do you play the Blackwatch? Do you what in this case do you really do? I think that taking the front line and presenting a threat was necessary in that case.
Yeah, I also think, like, you can think about it in 2 separate investments, so to speak, right? One is investing 2 credits and having that Flampanzer into the front line, and then the second investment is 2 credit into the trade, because now you're going to have to pay 2 credits less to trade in the next turn. But now I Love Mooncake popping the HMS Illustrious means that he is able to trade with that Flampanzer really effectively if he wants. And he might just go face here, actually.
Well, you are ahead on the HQ in terms of defense value. You could start peppering down that life total there that Berto has been, hugging for a while here. But in this case, instead, he's going for the trades, but he does actually go ahead and maintain that back row. But check it out. I mean, 11 health for Berto Burrito, facing down just a solid Air Force that is just patrolling the skies and able to just pick away at your sort of chip away at that health total. Not like it's a massive, you're not getting, there's no big boys in the back row, but there's abundant enough that it is definitely a nuisance and something that Berto is going to have to address.
Yeah, and I mean, like you say, there's enough of them out there now that a close air support would immediately present quite a bit of danger, right? That would be a +4/+4 on one of those bombers that would be able to bypass your guard and do 5 damage to your face. with a follow-up from the other bomber, he would be doing 6 damage, threatening lethal in 2 turns. So you're really fighting against the clock here if you're Birdo. You just really can't have Mooncake find the close air support before you get that Leopold out.
That Leopold is a really nice top deck. Unfortunately, you're still a little ways away. You still have some journey to complete before you get there. 3 turns away from a Leopold. Again, Leopold, which is going to bounce everything back to Mooncake's hand. And in terms of generating tempo, it is just a massive, massive play. But again, you're paying for it. It's 10 credits to get there. And are you going to get there in time? That's the issue. As we can see now, Birdo is kind of just relying on his guard to just absorb some of that damage, buy him some time, as he himself sets up his own Air Force, the German plane in the back row being protected by the guard as well. And, you're starting to see a little bit of fight back, a little bit of scratching and clawing. Birdo is kind of keeping his head above water in this case. And those planes are not exactly, they're not big boys. But again, like I said, they kind of swarm around and can annoy and pester Birdo to the point where, you could just do that and scratch your way to victory.
Yeah, and I mean, look at it. He pulls the close air support there, right? But he's not able to buff either one of the fighters and get through that guard to face. He's not able to buff the bomber because of that Hornisse. So he has to basically, he's going to go for the Kitty Hawk buff. He's going to kill the guard, and then he's going to probably attack face with the Gladiator. But he's not able to do anything with these bombers at the moment.
Pushing forward, maintaining the front line again. 2 turns away from Leopold. Not quite there, going for face.
Oh, the Seaforth Highlanders is an excellent pickup there from the Hornisse for Birdo Burrito. Means that he's going to be able to put a unit on the field that is going to protect him from that 6/6 Kitty Hawk. He could annihilation it, but that would be a really risky play in my mind. Ops for that. See, he knows something I don't.
Taking care of that massive plane in the back row. Still behind on health total, behind on board presence, but he does have the big dog in the yard right now. A 3/4 fighter in the back row is the dominant unit. But again, you're kind of against the clock at a certain point. Even Mooncake can just continue to just drop units and pepper that front row, pepper the HQ with more damage. Although it's not devastating, it does get you closer to victory.
Yeah, he's going to play the key 100 Goshikisen. And it looks like he wants to trade out that Hornisse now. Yeah. Sacrificing both of his bombers, but he is threatening a big turn next turn. Close to lethal there.
He's 1 point away, just showing off the board over here. You're going to have some type of reply. And that would be it. You're going to have to go ahead and just nosedive into the big threat. And Mooncake is not necessarily... I wouldn't feel terribly comfortable, because even though you do have double your opponent's life total, I mean, you're struggling for cards, and the board, the unit you do have on the board is rather negligible.
Ooh, I would have wanted to see the V1 flying bomb there from Birdo Burrito out of the German research and just absolutely clear the board. I don't think you necessarily want to potentially, risk Mooncake finding, something like he's finding slowly but surely.
This has to be Leopold. I mean,
absolutely.
You can't allow your opponent an opportunity to attack next turn, I feel, without having some sort of penalty in a regard. I mean, you can't let them perhaps top deck some type of buff to punch through and destroy it. But holding out to MI5 here.
Yeah, I guess the problem for him right now in terms of the Leopold is that if he pushes that Mosquito back into hand, Mooncake will get the deployment effect again. So he's able to deal 3 damage to that Leopold, and then he's holding on to that shelling, so he would be able to deal with it. Obviously, Birdo doesn't know that, but it means that there is slightly more at play here than just throwing it back. And it looks like he wants to go for the V1 flying. V1 flying bomb here now, getting rid of that Gladiator, meaning he's not going to take any more damage next turn. And slowly but surely, I love Mooncake running out of cards in his hand.
That's what we're saying. If you can if you could weather the storm, if you could withstand that onslaught and then come back, you will have the advantage. The problem is when you're suffering to that early, eventually your life total might be in a place where if you miss a turn of dealing with your opponent's threats, they will be able to punch through. As you can see right now, that is a scary board to look at, but there is an answer in hand, so it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, and now as we get closer and closer, Birdo, he's starting to find more and more answers. Yeah, there he's able to throw the Goshikishin back into hand. There's not going to be any draw for Mooncake. He's holding a Panther A as well, so he's able to deny him for at least the next turn as well, meaning there's not going to be any more units coming into Mooncake's hand. This might be enough for Birdo Burrito to take over the game here. After being on the back foot for so long, he might just have clawed it back to the point where Mooncake just doesn't have an answer.
He might be hanging on to Leo to on a point where he might be playing it on a 12 credit turn, where he'll be able to play Leo and perhaps advance that tank to the front line. I think that might be part of the play as well. I mean, he didn't need to Leo, so he didn't Leo, but it's also worthwhile to perhaps drop the Leo and be able to take the front line all in the same turn. That might be something he's looking at over here, as this is another board that's looking to to threaten lethal if they can get through that guard.
Yeah, but I don't think they will. I mean, I think Birdo probably has enough. Yeah, another Panther A, man. I think that's game. The Panther A is just going to block him from drawing. That C4 is going to be enough to defend his HQ from that Goshikisen.
Oh man.
And no more draws. And there's not going to be a draw next turn either, right?
This is just a nasty board, and board state rather. I mean, you're guarding the HQ. You came so close as Mooncake. You could taste, but as you're just running out of resources. Like I said, if you can withstand that onslaught and you're Birdo, I mean, and not only that, the patience and the discipline that Birdo has to just hang on to the Leopold for when the situation is very dire. But a 1-3 bomber against a board that you're already falling behind on. I don't care if you have 16 HQ points or 116. You're not going to come back from that if you're not drawing at all.
No, and that Panzer 3H, yeah, exactly. He finds the wolf pack, means that he's able to deny the draw next turn as well, guaranteeing at least 10 damage plus, at least 12 damage in the next couple of turns. Man, a brutal turn of events here for I Love Mooncake. And Birdo, even giving him an option here. Hey, I'm gonna let you draw one card, but the likelihood of you drawing a card that's going to do anything to save you is second to none, next to none.
Yeah, that's bad. And again, discarding a card, who cares? It's the fact that you're just giving your opponent no card next turn. And cheerio, my friend. It's off to the races, unfortunately. It looks like you're done here. And when you can't draw cards, you can't play cards, and that's as simple as that. It all comes down to it. They have denied the card draw. The discard meant nothing. The board is just looking dire as we just go ahead and take that 5 damage and finish this one up. As you can see here, Birdo comes back from down 0-1. The reverse sweep complete. Best of 3 comes through, and that was a really masterclass of not only just control and patience, but just poise and making the correct decisions. And I mean, we had the Leopold in hand, and we saw a handful of opportunities to play it, but opting rather to just hang on to it, like holding on to such a key answer card like that, a big card like the Leopold, but not playing it and opting rather to use the other cards to get to where you're going. That's a lot. That takes a lot of discipline and a lot of experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say this was really well played there by Birdo Burrito, especially in that final game. I mean, like you say, you have to have a lot of, you have to be able to be calm under pressure to really effectively perform in that match, right? It's an elimination match. It's the final match in the best out of 3. You're falling behind early. You really need to find the right plays to claw your way back into it. And I think Birdo is already reaping the rewards of having gone deep into a few of those card tournaments that have been running for the past couple of weeks. And I think we're seeing that improvement from him here.
Yeah, I mean, there are players that just succeed on the ladder. There are players that can excel at in tournament style. Seeing somebody who can succeed at both is quite special, and they're just two different types of gameplay. And you know, some might think that it's just the same game in a different format, but in reality, preparing for a tournament and building a deck for a tournament, it's much different than just having something that can excel on the ladder. And as we see now, we have 4 players who have advanced to the semifinals. If we just run right through it, Comtrues, don't call him Tom Cruise, has defeated J King, one of the potential favorites that were going into this tournament. Gabo making short work of French Coke. Jim Raynor has defeated Vavalon in similar fashion, 2-0, as Berto Burrito came back from his back against the wall, representing the Great White North. Canada as has some they have some representation here in the semifinals, as all the top 4. 3 out of 4,
right? James Raynor is Canada, so that's 3 out of 4.
I like my odds of saying that there will be a Canadian in the finals. Don't ask me how, but I have a premonition. Call it deductive reasoning, but it's okay. Either way, everybody who has made it to the top 8 will get 30 packs. The 5th to 8th place finishers all come away with 30 packs already squirreled away. But now this is where it comes down to cash money, ladies and gentlemen. First place is a $400 USD prize. Second place, $250. Third place, $200. Fourth place, $150. That can buy you a lot of Tim Hortons for all those Canadians out there. And I mean, I don't know where's Gabo from?
Chile.
Chile. Okay. Well, whatever the place of choice is in Chile to get coffee. So
yeah. Also, I'm apparently absolutely wrong about from where Jim Raynor is. Apparently, he's from China. So I apologize for that. So
I thought he was a Terran from StarCraft, but I could be incorrect.
But yeah. We're going to be going on to a quick break before we bring you the semifinals and then the finals. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this with more cards action. And we are back here with Cards Open IV. My name is Olikrummi, Ólafur Steinarsson, but you can call me Ollie, and with me is Flake, the new guy.
You can also call me Flake, the new guy. Possibly, it's up to you, frankly. I'm not going to even attempt your name. You're just Ollie to me. Oh my goodness, this was all discussed off air, where we're discussing, unfortunately, we made a mistake regarding the origins of one James Jim Raynor, and Ollie comes through.
Yeah, I made it up for him.
Thank you. Now, again, we're not playing favorites here, but if we were, there's possibly a little bit of favoritism here. But Ollie, we've gotten so far to the semifinals here. We have 4 players left, as we can see here: Comtrues versus Gabo, and James Jim Raynor versus Berto Burrito. The action so far has been pretty fast-paced and has been back and forth. What are you expecting here from the semifinals?
I mean, I'm expecting some tight series. I'm expecting high-level play. I think these guys are so deep, living rent-free in each other's heads right now with all these decks and bans and all that stuff that I think it's practically impossible for us to give you all the context of the viewer around kind of some of the mind games that are going on. We've heard stories of people naming their decks, ban this deck and so on. So I have a feeling that's going to reach, new heights in the semifinals. But you know what? I'm going to go with, I feel like Comtrues has been on a tear. I think he's going to take the semifinal against Gabo 2-1. And I think Berto is going to take a 2-1 against James Jim Raynor. That's going to be my prediction.
The one thing to take out of that analysis is the fact that there's going to be no sweeps. It's all going to go to 3 games, and I think that that's an accurate assessment here based on the fact that these are top-level players, and I think that these are going to be close games. If it's a runaway at any point, I believe it's just going to be based on, I don't want to say bad luck, but sometimes if the draws are not in your favor, you just kind of get railroaded by somebody who finds both tempo and opportunity. But we're going to see how this shakes out. Again, the players did go through a very grueling weekend of Swiss play, and then made it through the top 16 to the top 8 yesterday, and everyone is a winner in my books. And I believe there's a little bit of prizes that are going to be sprinkled around the entire top 16. Yep. That is both confirmed and not confirmed. You can, to quote,
I'll confirm
there we go.
Right now. So 16 to 8 are going to get 10 packs each. This was something that we discussed before we put up the prize list, but as we were kind of increasing the top 8 to the top 16, but we never actually did it. So we're just going to do it. So yeah, 8 to 16 is going to get 10 packs.
Beauty. So see it right there. This is why you're watching this. It's not just because of the awesome back and forth fireworks that you get from KARDS CCG. It's the fact that Ollie himself is here to just squash rumors and spread the love and joy of free packs, which is great. Boom, just drops the mic and the 10 packs for everybody who finished 9 through 16. So without further ado, Ollie, we've got some more warfare. It is Valentine's Day, and all's fair in love and war here at the KARDS CCG Open number 4. So without further ado, Ollie, I think I'm ready to go ahead and get the fireworks going off again.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm more than ready. We're going to see here Comtrues' decks. Again, he had a 6-1 Swiss record. These are fairly familiar, so we're not going to go too deep into it. It's a counter-offensive deck. It is a backline arty deck, and it is a more kind of control draw denial. That's just a pure ramp deck, kind of control. Wait, it's not a ramp deck at all. Or is it?
So I see he's playing with your mind. You're talking about mind games.
Oh, no, there it is.
Blown your mind.
See, I know what it is now. It's a pretty good Brit US deck. It's a high value one. Sorry, I got confused with some other decks. Let's take a look at his opponent. See, Gabo, I like his decks more. He's just going all out aggro, right? And I think that's going to be what makes this matchup really, really interesting.
And again, when we look at the actual deck distribution here of the price line, the cost of doing business here. Looking at the graph above the deck lists, you could see it's very, very weighted in the 1, 2, 3 category for these deck lists. They want to drop early, they want to drop hot, and they want to go ahead and push face. So having a lot of cheap units and some card draw to access those cards is going to be the name of the game here for Gabo, who wants to go ahead and push the tempo and really, really, put the opponent on the back foot as the damage pours in. As we can see the bans here, Gabo, no access to that US list, as Comtrues is going to be sort of having to go forward without his Soviet list. So it's going to be Japan and Britain versus US and Britain.
Yeah, and that Soviet list, that was that backline artillery list that Darkness has made really, really popular on the ladder. So not wanting to deal with that, instead wanting to deal with a counteroffensive deck.
Field Marshal versus Colonel, I guess there's one advantage right out of the gate, and that is bragging rights. But lots of low drop units over here. We do have the Combat Engineers as well as the Engineer Battalion, should you want to sort of bolster the back row. Keeping them both there is fine. Picking up a Bloody Sickle as well. You are going first, so you will be able to go ahead and drop one of those units and just be able to respond to what the Gabo is looking to do with his British deck.
Yeah, not Comtrue's probably not thrilled to see that we can do it there in his hand from the get-go, especially not going first, only having those 4 cards to begin with. Sure, really good for him to have some 1-drops there, the Bloody Sickle, so that he's able to deal with it if Gabo has a 1-drop that's 1 HP. But I think he was probably looking for something slightly more, and he's going to want to be pulling some Greyhounds and stuff off the top of the deck really quickly.
Yeah, it's not looking like he's got much to do here. You have a lot of setup cards and reactive cards, stuff like very passive aggressive, they're kind of complementary pieces, let's say. So you're not exactly, though you are playing on curve, you're dropping that 1-drop when you need to, perhaps dropping another 1-drop and responding with a Bloody Sickle. You're having stuff to do, but it's not exactly like you're in a position where you're presenting a scary option, though. The Wolverine does look nice, but dropping a smoke screen and advancing to the front row with a unit here that can survive that bombing run is nice to have as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Comtrues being forced to play what he has on hand here. I would say normally you would probably not want the 10th Engineers alone in the front line, 2-2, staring at down 2 bombers on turn number 2, but that's the hand he was dealt, so he has to go with it. And that Wolverine is going to be an immediate danger as he gets played because, yeah, he's able to attack with both of those bombers.
Ooh, that is a good pickup because it is able to actually play, advance, and attack, but that's all you can do. That's all 3 of your credits. And then you are essentially just leaving that infantry unit to die to a bombing fire. So we might see here a Greyhound advance and then the infantry trade or attack with the infantry at this point. I mean,
the Greyhound is going to get the buff from the 10th Engineers in the front line, so he's going to be able to kill one of the bombers, but it's still going to die next turn to the other bomber, more than likely, unless Gabo opts to go for just, playing the Hurricane. He has a really awkward hand now in terms of his credit total, right? He's got 3 credits, and all his stuff costs 3 credits, unless he wants to effectively waste a credit by attacking with his Gladiator there.
Worth noting for those who are unaware is that a bomber will not trade damage upon attacking unless it's with with a fighter jet. In this case, it'll receive damage and not give it back, but it will also dish it out and not get it back as well. But in this case, it looks like he's got 3 credits to play with. Do you go ahead and kill that infantry unit on the front row because it does take away some of the attack value of that Greyhound in the front row? As we can see here, he's going forward, and it does also, make that Greyhound a little less threatening, but you're also handcuffing yourself in terms of what your follow-up play is.
Like I said, I think his hand was absolutely forced there. He had to trade, otherwise he's just going to lose that bomber to the Greyhound next turn anyway. Unlucky for him, Comtrues did have the Bloody Sickle in hand, so he's able to deal with it anyway. But man, Gabo's in a tough spot right now. He does have some ways to claw it back, sure. He's got the Empire Strikes plus the HMS Illustrious, so he can do a nice kind of carpet bomb turn 7 there if he wants to. the Hurricane is a really high profile unit that you want to get off the board, so he's able to play that and possibly draw out some attacks, but not the best of starts here for Gabo.
Could get lucky over here, dropping Katyusha and maybe getting that high roll, that 50-50 to go ahead and just put that plane out of its misery in the support line. That is one option. You could always, I guess, clean it up if necessary, but then again, you can just kill it with the tank if you want to. But high rolling a Katyusha is it's a skill in itself.
I mean, I think it might be worth the risk, but at the same time, if you feel like you can really effectively deal with that Hurricane, Comtrues might be tempted to go for something like, we can do it and really establish his board, but it feels risky. I would like to personally, I would like to get it off the field.
Here comes the Katyusha. He's going to go ahead and let RNG take the wheel. Does he get the extra sauce? He does. The Katyusha does complete the transaction there, cleaning up the support line. The tank moves in, dealing that 4 points of damage to the HQ. Scary board now if you are Gabo. A Katyusha left to her own devices can really get pretty nasty. As you can see, there's still a Sherman that can be played, as well as 2 extra credits to go ahead and make some trades if necessary, fill up the hand a little bit more. Though Gabo does have a lot of cards in hand that he can play, he's facing a very intimidating board here that is going to be tough to actually punch through.
Yeah, I feel like Gabo is in a little bit of a tough spot here. Probably playing long range recon is his best bet here. Healing for, what is that, 7 going up to 23, and then I would play the bomber. Ooh, okay. He goes for the 2 damage Empire Strikes here. Gets rid of everything but the Greyhound. I was looking at him setting that up for turn 7 so that he could also get the Greyhound out of there. But good play. Clears the board and takes away that huge danger of the counteroffensive. That's actually a great point that I hadn't really thought about properly.
It is a scary play. I mean, let's just be honest over there. You get so much value off of that card that just went ahead and wiped out the board that was really difficult to punch through otherwise. Though you haven't really... You haven't regained any type of tempo or advantage. At least you're kind of equalizing the board and making it a little bit more digestible. Gabo now has less of a scary board to deal with, though it is still there. It is still established. The Sherman on the back row. It's a tough card to deal with if you can't get it. The tank does have the ability to go ahead and move to the front line and attack. And there's really nothing there that Gabo has presented that really should frighten Comtrues yet.
No, and I mean, yeah, he's got the HMS Illustrious there. That's going to allow him to deal with the Greyhound fairly effectively and possibly bring the Sherman down to a manageable amount of HP. But again, you're playing a large field of units into a counteroffensive deck. So as Gabo gets a bigger board, the buff potential for Comtrues goes up.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you have to kind of take those risks. If you're, what I like to say is that if you're constantly playing around a particular card and you never actually take the bite on it, then it's kind of like in Magic when you're afraid of a counterspell. If you just don't play cards because you're afraid your opponent will counterspell it, well then they'll always have it counterspelled because it'll never hit the board. So sometimes you kind of just have to make those plays. And in this case, if you're afraid of flooding the board because you're afraid of that combo, you'll never be able to establish and really get on top of Comtrues here. In this case, he's just going all out, dropping a lot of that Air Force in the back line. A scary board, no doubt. He's going to go ahead and bounce that buffed card, and that's what we're talking about earlier in the broadcast today, is the fact that bounce value is not just a matter of sending something back to hand, but it negates all of the buffs that card maintained.
Yeah, interesting placement of the 10th Engineers there. I'm wondering, somebody in chat can probably tell me what he's trying to do there, but why he wouldn't buff the attack values of both units there. Not that it necessarily matters. The Goshikichin doesn't take damage in return on its owner's turn. So I honestly think that really quickly over those 2 turns, all of a sudden, Gabo is a massive favorite in this game. Comp just wasn't able to find what he needed in those couple of turns to really deal with the tempo that Gabo is able to put here with that HMS Illustrious plus Empire Strikes.
And you're spot on in that case, right? I mean, it was just that one turn, clearing the board out to make it a little bit more, like you said, manageable. And suddenly, here it comes, and that is all she wrote. Lots of buffs on the back row. You don't need to be in the front row when you got range like that, as Gabo comes through the British deck, just finding a seam there, finding an opportunity to go ahead and, you know, just blow up the board to make it a little bit more digestible, establish that back row, buff them up, and call it a day as Gabo takes game one of this matchup, Gabo versus Tom Cruise. Not Tom. Oh, God.
Man, this is what is so dangerous, playing against these experienced Brit Air players, or, you know, these experienced players that use counteroffensive, because they're so often able to find these combos of cards to just pull lethal out of thin air sometimes. I feel like a lot of players would miss a lot of these lethal plays that these guys are bringing out of these Brit Air decks.
I mean, there's various terminology to speak about how you can find lethal. If you're pulling a rabbit out of your hat, you're grabbing it out of thin air, or you're pulling it directly out of your own ass. I mean, these are all definitely viable ways, but they all basically sing the same tune, which is, where did that lethal come from? And in that case, it was a scary board that just went ahead and bombed the HQ into oblivion. As we can see here, the Japanese list is already establishing a front line on turn one, and it is looking naughty.
Oh yeah, and getting the desperate measures as well, along with the Rising Sun, means that he's able to replenish some of his hand, attack with both units in the front line, and immediately put some pressure on. Oh, that Enigma is a huge pickup as well, meaning that he can really, really empty his hand without having a care in the world about it, because he's just able to Enigma back up.
And like you mentioned, that Enigma just being a great way to accumulate resources and stay in the fight, longer. When your deck is comprised of mainly very cheap units, you'll be able to basically play down to that last Enigma. And if your opponent is playing on curve, you could usually assume that you're going to be able to draw at least 3 or 4 cards off of that Enigma very safely here, as Comtrues is just trying his best here to clean up the board. And that Winter Warfare was really done a good job here of not just the training to get everyone down to one defense there, but suddenly the board is, again, like I said, it's digestible, it's fine. The half track is going to start bouncing cards back, and you're establishing your own board here. You've basically stared down that initial onslaught, and you can now breathe a little easier.
That half-track play is actually, pretty huge there. The Mito is able to reclaim the front line because of the blitz, but if he wasn't able to reclaim the front line there, he would have been in trouble, because as soon as Comtrues gets that front line control, he's able to start bouncing with the 99th Infantry Battalion. So, opted to just play it. Doesn't even want to bounce with it.
I think you have to. I mean, if you're looking at what you want to do here, you're going to need to use some of those credits to attack and trade versus actually, getting to the front line if you wanted to. I think that's fine to play. Just get the body down. Also of note there, just in the previous exchange there, that 2 damage that is dealt randomly ended up going to the... was it the random damage, or was it... No, that one goes to the HQ. No matter what.
Yeah. Mito goes to the HQ. It's
right.
That's random, yeah.
In this case, as you can see here, it's a situation of just dropping bodies. Like when you're facing an aggro list, sometimes you can't necessarily pick and choose like high value. Like, I know that card is made to bounce a card, but sometimes its value just comes in the fact that it's another body to trade with aggro.
Yeah, and he uses the 99th Battalion here to bounce the Sendai and reclaim his other 99th Infantry Battalion. But now Gabo is starting to draw into some of his planes. He's holding that Sendai as well. I guess there is quite a bit of danger here for Gabo in terms of that frontline 10th Engineers, because there are 2 Hellcats in the hand for Comtrues. So he's going to be able to play that Hellcat and trade that Goshi Kishin if he wants.
He's still maintaining the front line over there, albeit it's very weak, but being able to maintain that front line poses an extra gate that it's like a gatekeeper, you know, it's not exactly a very scary unit, but for a Japanese aggro to be effective, they need to be able to punch through that front line and own the front line. And in this case, even though it's just one silly unit, in this case there's two now, having the front line against Japanese aggro, however weak it is very significant in terms of just your chances of survival against that constant wave of bodies that are just dropping onto the board and looking to just get to that face.
I just poured coffee over everything.
That's no problem. That is no problem. That's why my coffee mug is so damn huge. I love it. It's unspillable. It's like a bathtub with a handle. It's amazing. As we can see, while Ollie goes ahead and cleans up the caffeinated mess that he poured all over his stuff, we are going to get a good look here at the board. As we can see, Gabo still holding on to that Enigma, which will fill up his hand. 2 Shermans in Comtruse's hand, but not enough credits to go. He's going on the counter assault here and really flooding that front line, making it awkward for Gabo to punch through. 3 bodies on the front line means that he's going to have to start dropping units and trading. But it looks like sort of to quote Michael Scott, oh, how the turntables, as we can see here, the master becomes the apprentice and so on and so forth, as the Comtruse is now the one who is really being aggressive here. And our good friend Ollie he's just drafting up his he's drafting his lawsuit against Maxwell House because unfortunately that coffee apparently has just put him completely offline, but we're okay. We're okay. He's all right. I can see him with the Swiffer right now. You know what? If we are going to be sponsored by anything, it should be like paper towels, because those are being used in great supply right now. And the good news is I don't think he spilled it on himself, because he's wearing quite the dapper shirt right now. So we're glad that none of that coffee ended up on him. It's only on his expensive electronics. So everything is good here.
Thankfully, it was only on the chair and floor.
Perfect. Excellent. It did not hit your super expensive Persian rug, I hope.
No, it did not.
Okay, excellent. We're all good. As we can see here, cleaning up the front line. The front line is now no man's land. It's quickly taken by that German tank to the front lines. I think he's just going to continue to pepper the damage onto Comtruse's HQ here, and those Shermans are still just sort of, you know, sitting in the hand there, and that Enigma machine is just kind of burning a hole here. It's an expensive card to play that you're not really getting much value off anymore.
No, well, I mean, okay, Gabo, it's starting to look a little bit dangerous for him. If Comtruse were to pull like a Winter Warfare or something like that, then that game would quickly be over.
And here's what we're talking about. A lot of small units can combine. I believe the meme says, together apes strong. And in this case, that is certainly what's happening. As you can see, everybody's kind of feeding off each other, and, they've become more than the sum of their parts, so to speak, as the tanks are going to really do their best here to just kind of try to chunk through this front line and maybe advance. But as you can see, a lot of those units have the benefit of being able to basically just get the damage through upon destruction. As the tank gets a little bit of help, it's running to the front lines. It's going to be an expensive trade if necessary here, if Gabo wants to punch through.
That was
he's dropping a little bit of the BM there, a little bit of it's over.
I think he knows it's over, because there's a Sheeden in the hand of Gabo, and that's going to be a 6 damage straight to the face, and Gabo takes this 2-0.
At the end of the day, the together ape strong meant nothing when Godzilla just gets dropped and out of a plane onto your HQ. You can't stop it. It just happens. Ollie, in all honesty here, Gabo comes through 2-0 over the Canadian Patriot Comtruse. But really, the real story here is the fact that Ollie's priceless Persian rug has been destroyed by a coffee mishap here. So unfortunately, the lawsuits are getting written up here for various coffee companies. I don't know who did it, but the apologies better come. Yeah, I was gonna say the apologies better come in swiftly.
Yeah, This is more awkward than I even made it sound. Like, this was a full cup of coffee, and I picked it up, and I decided to check if it was full. So I just like boop and just spilled it all over. So I was too focused on the games. You know, there were such good games, and man, Gabo is playing so well. I said, you know, before this, I thought Comtruz was going to take this 2-1, but man, I think like he's been on a tear. Gabo coming in here and just slam dunking it 2-0, that's a huge statement.
Well, it's the curse of the casters, right? As soon as you make a prediction, you are essentially just guaranteeing that will not be the outcome. That's why it's always in our best interest not to actually make predictions, but it's fun to make predictions. But we promise you, we have our hands are clean of any of these outcomes. These games are basically played in a vacuum in space, so we have no influence over them. They happen in that way. But there we go. If we take a look real quick here at the brackets, ladies and gentlemen, Gabo making short work of Comtruz there as he goes 2-0 into the final match. But there's still more semifinal actions to come through, friends, and now's a good time to go ahead and as we kind of just go check it out on your own computers. Go check out KARDS.com. KARDS.com. Go check out the game that you're witnessing right now if you haven't checked it out. Definitely worth your while, as Berto Burrito of Canada and Jimmy Rayner of China are pretty much set to square off here in the last match of the semis.
Yeah, man, I can't wait. And we're going to be seeing Jim Rayner's deck here for the first time, and his Swiss record 6-1, because we unfortunately did not see his quarterfinal match. But he is running that war production, hyper aggressive backline Katyusha anti-aircraft gun patriotic Firestorm Soviet deck. And I think that's going to be the one that gets banned. I think people just still don't have an answer to that one. He's also bringing a US-Italy L640 deck, so going super aggressive there. And then finally, a pretty aggressive Brit Air deck as well. So, man, Jim Rayner bringing decks reminiscent of Gabo's. A lot of aggression here.
I remember my first experience with the L6, and I was like, what in the world is happening, and why is it turn 3, and why did I lose? These are definitely aggressive lists. Take a look at the actual credit disparity here in terms of the lists. It's like he doesn't have access to anything that's over 5 cost almost. It's everything is just basically very front loaded here. It's dump everything on the board and everything comes cheap. So Jimmy Rayner over here, 6-1 record through Swiss. This is the first time we get to take a look at his deck list, but also this is the first time we get to take a look at him in action as we go ahead and get ready to rock and roll. I believe we have the next set of deck lists. We've seen this one before, Ollie, but really quickly, let's just breeze right through Berto's lists.
I mean, this was basically the same decks that J King brought. Pretty much, it's a counteroffensive U.S. Soviet deck. It's a Brit control draw denial deck, and then a German Brit control draw denial deck. So, pretty standard here, and very much about the pilot and how you deal with this. And it's going to be interesting to see what Jim Rayner bans here against Berto Burrito, knowing that he has only aggro lists. He probably is going to take out the Brit or the German deck because he doesn't want to face 2 discard decks.
All right, well, let's see where the bans ended up as we go here. Jimmy Rayner, no access to that British list, so we are going to see that Soviet list come through, and no British list for Berto as well. So a lot of British hate going through here, but we're going to see US on both sides, and then the Soviet and a German list.
Yeah, and man, I'm really looking forward to seeing that war production Soviet deck list in action here from Jim Rayner.
And the first order of business, as we can see here, the game's loading up. Nice wood finish to this board. Beautiful. Someone just left their guns around. It happens.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to give a shout out there to Jim Rayner for bringing the TT pistol to the party. That elevated cosmetic there.
That is indeed an elevated cosmetic. Check it out, friends. Spend that well-earned money on something worthwhile like KARDS CCG early on. This is the anti-tank aircraft gun over there sitting in the back row. Nice little artillery open the game as Berto really has no play on the start here. So he's just going to pass his turn 2 and sudden strike.
Yeah,
I got to make a choice here.
I think he really needs to get it off the board. we know what Jim Raynor has in hand here. We know that he has a Katyusha to follow up next turn. That's going to be 3 RDs in the back line, and that's going to be dangerous.
It's so tough, especially when you don't have immediate access to. I mean, you could play your orders to get rid of them if you have them, but otherwise, when you're staring down a backline of just a lot of artillery, it's so difficult because you need to deploy stuff that will essentially survive that initial onslaught, the response from the artillery, and then be able to move and attack to make the trade. So an artillery line in the back line that you really have no way to deal with is a very intimidating, it's an intimidating support line to stare down. And I know that sometimes when turn 3 or 4, when you're staring down a really intimidating backline like that, in ladder, it's just easier to just scoop and move on to the next one. But this is KARDS Open. This is the semifinals. There's no scooping here. There's always a chance with these players.
Absolutely. And we see Jim Raynor here pulling out the war production, giving himself a few extra credits there, ramping up his draw with those supply shipments.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that caddy with the Patriotic Firestorm, man, it hurts.
Support there again. Good efficient use of the credits, establishing board control again. But here comes aggression. Get to the front row, take care of that Katyusha before it can cause any more harm, and just continue onward with the plan. And you are basically you're behind on credits available, but your opponent is slowly running out of cards.
Man, Jim Raynor really needs to find some war production here. He needs to find, or lesser of two evils, some way to start discarding those supply shipments and get his draw going. Because right now, Berto is dealing exceptionally well with the onslaught of artillery and units that is being poured out here from Jim Raynor.
Also, one of the prizes that we will be giving these opponents is extra frames per second for their computers. Sometimes the beauty of these stay-at-home tournament productions is that sometimes you're only as fast as your slowest computer processor. But in this case, it's the action we care about, ladies and gentlemen. It's the gameplay. But we'll get there, I promise.
So I really like this play here from Berto Perito. He pulled the Naship out of the Africa Corps so that he was able to get 2 credits back from the trade there with a Nebelwerfer. And because the Nebelwerfer is in the front line, that Ishak comes in, or that Chaika comes in pinned. So exceptionally good turn there from Berto.
And Berto making good use of his cards that he's got there. MI5 comes through. That's going to stall things out a little bit.
It's Whirlwind. I'm sorry, I always get those two confused. It's Whirlwind.
Or attack again. The board looks tough to punch through here if you're Berto, but you're basically banking on the fact that you're going to take it for a little while and eventually turn the corner and be able to start fighting back. As you can see there, Jimmy Raynor.
That was a huge root out. Jim Raynor has no cards in hand and no board. And I'm going to call all... Yeah, he plays the Nebelwerfer there. I'm owning it now. I'm going to call all German cards Nebelwerfer.
Well, you can call it that or Dumbledore or something else that sounds similar. But at the end of the day, it's more so a matter of, like you said, but look, just like that, the hand is replenished. Jim Raynor is getting the cards, and he does have all his HP left on his HQ. It's a lot of H's, but he is doing what he needs to do to get through. But there is a scary board for him to deal with here. Even though he is ahead on HQ, he's behind on cards, behind on board presence, and here comes the return package, so to speak. The board is now in Berto's favor. He basically weathered that storm. He turned the corner, and now it's his turn to start firing back.
Yeah, that was a huge turn there. The Naship giving him the credits he needs to also play the Whirlwind there, and 7 damage to face. And you know what? Jim Raynor has nothing to deal with that Tiger in the front line. Absolutely nothing.
2 points of heavy armor as well is just essentially gonna laugh at any kind of fight back that Jim Raynor is going to try to make here. So really, what's the option when you're staring down a Goliath in the front row like that you cannot punch through? You got to just, I guess, send everything you can to face. But at this point, it's looking mighty dire. There's not a whole lot that Jim Raynor can do. Everything is just, it just hurts to look at, as you can see here, just continuing to push. It looks like Berto Burrito is likely going to just seal the deal here. As you can see, taking matters into his own hands, Jim Raynor has called it a day on this case, as Berto Burrito takes game 1 of this matchup with his German list, surviving this, the initial onslaught, and eventually, like I said, turning the corner and being able to counterattack with the big boys. So great game there by Berto.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I think Berto's winning move there was playing the Wolfpack. He could have spent all his credits attacking and trading that turn, but he did play the Wolfpack. The Wolfpack got rid of one of the C's artillery units from the hand of James Jim Raynor, and that unit has the pincer effect of blitz. So he had the potential of dealing a ton of damage from the backline if he did get lucky with drawing his Patriotic Firestorms or Euros. So excellent play there for Berto, recognizing that the potential is there and playing the Wolfpack to deny the draw. It's a good safe line to take there, and I really, I'm a fan that Berto was able to find it.
There's the L6. My goodness, and as we've mentioned in the past, that is a card that's your rally around card. That's your big boy. That's what you want to be putting all your eggs in that basket to a degree. Beef that bad boy up, get the damage going through. This is aggression through and through.
Yeah, I guess the good news here for Berto is the fact that he has two Hellcats in hand right now, which means that it's going to be really difficult for Jim Raynor to buff that L640 enough within the next few turns to make it safe from the Hellcat. So turn 4 comes, Berto is able to really get rid of that L640 and potentially retreat a ton of the units in the backline into the hand. Man, it doesn't even need to. James Jim Raynor falls into the air defense trap here, and that first L640 is off the field.
Yeah, and there's and that also caused the Greyhound to retreat as part of the destruction effect of the L6. And as you can see, the Hellcat comes through over here. That's just a clean play that's going to trade nicely with, frankly, any tank at this point, dealing double damage to tanks. But that Greyhound that's going to be pressing is not going to be able to get rid of the Hellcat. So the Hellcat, unfortunately, is at this point is going to be succumb to the patrol order, as once again Greyhound moves forward and is supported by another Greyhound just right behind him.
I don't think that Berto really minded that so much, right? Taking the patrol onto the Hellcat, I think he prefers that over taking it onto the Katyusha. So actually probably not a terrible turn for him there, even if he loses the Hellcat.
Berto now with that play of dropping the Katyusha with the supporting cast, increasing the attack value, allows for a basically not relying on RNG in that case. Is just a clean kill for the Katyusha on the Greyhound in the front line. And in this case, again, how do you come through? Jim Raynor's list here it's aggressive to say the least, but is it enough to actually punch through in a good way? As right off the top, there is a beautiful card to see. It is a bloody sickle that can go ahead and kill that tank, but opting instead for the Katyusha and establishing the tank that you can go ahead and move forward as well.
Again, there's just so much power in holding the front line in this matchup, right? That 99th infantry could have potentially bounced that Katyusha, but now it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But yeah, it's the Wildcat that's coming out there. I believe it's called the Wildcat, and that gets +1/+1 whenever it attacks. So a big priority for Berto to get that off the field immediately.
True story. Wildcat is a very disgusting beer from Quebec by the Labatt Brewing Company that I don't think they make anymore. But boy, oh boy, did I have myself a few Wildcats when I was in college. And boy, oh boy, did I regret every single one of them. Just saying, if you are from Quebec and you've never had Wildcat, well then, good on you.
Is it called Wildcat? Or is it also called Hellcat?
There are Hellcats and there are Wildcats. And they're all cats. And they
There's
all
a bunch of cats. There's a bunch of
Yes.
cats, at least. We know that.
Which is funny because the only person or the only entity that has knocked a coffee mug off of a table was not a cat, it was you.
That's true. That is absolutely true.
Back to the game. Berto now with 2 Katyushas in the back line and nothing from Jimmy Raynor's side. So, and we're coming to the point now where a lot of the resources have been kind of
Hellcat.
used. And, if you're Berto, you're feeling kind of okay here. Now, not those Katyushas. As the credits sort of begin to climb, the bigger boys, the beefier boys are going to hit the board where the Katyushas might not be able to clean them up as well. But you do have other cards like Bloody Sickle to sort of clean up a mess that might be problematic, as well as drawing the cards. So there are options here, and you got to feel comfortable if you're Berto.
Yeah, I think so as well. Unfortunate there for Jim Raynor that he's not able to. Actually, a really, really good play there. Clearing the board. The Katyusha is going to be able to trade that Hellcat next turn, though. But it means that he's probably going to keep. Oh, no. Actually, the half track throwing the 99th Battalion back into hand is going to be a big issue there. That means that he's not able to push it back and use it for the draw with the Sherman next turn.
It's always scary when you're you're basically bouncing a card that has a pretty powerful deploy effect. In this case, I guess you're just banking on the fact that he won't be able to take the front line on those cards that he's drawing to get the value off that deploy effect again. But there's a half track of his own.
Yeah, unfortunately, it only works on infantry and airplanes, neither of which are on the field here for Berto Burrito. It means that James Jim Raynor really only has the option of playing a naked Sherman and a naked 99th Infantry Battalion, or possibly just passing his turn and banking the credits. I'm pretty sure that's what CCMS would do in this situation. Yeah, he opts to do that. He wants to try and get that Greyhound or some other way of taking the front line and getting the draw value from the Sherman.
Here comes the half track, depositing 2 points of damage onto the HQ. And again, the benefit of knowing what your opponent is playing means that you could potentially drop that Mustang without being afraid of missing out on a nice response opportunity. In this case, a 6-4 fighter is really a nice piece of equipment to have there. But it's just going to be bounced back by the half track. As we see there, the tank comes through. They don't own the front line, so there's no deploy effect off the infantry to bounce anything. But in this case, you have put a lot on the board.
Chaffee! There's a Chaffee. It's not going to get to the front line. I guarantee it. I don't know if you know this, Flake, but that Chaffee he just played, it duplicates itself when it goes into the front line. And it's happened, I think, once in all KARDS tournament history that it got into the front line.
Well, I have played that card in ranked because it is an elite card that I have pulled. I have done it once, but most of the time it sits in the back and dies. And in this case, that was simply what happened as we see Berto Burrito 2-0. So we were wrong on so many fronts here, Ollie. We both said that this was going to go the distance in all of the matches, and when in reality, we were absolutely incorrect. But the best part about this is that the suspense was so thick. It was so good. The matches were so great. As we take a look at the bracket there, Ollie, and then I just want to get your thoughts on those matches, but just like getting to where we are now, Gabo versus Berto, as you can see, $400 going to the winner of Gwent KARDS Open IV. Second place is nothing to shake a stick at. It's still a decent chunk of change, but the money is secondary to the glory.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think all of these guys, they want the bragging rights more than they want anything else. We're still a young game. We're still establishing this competitive scene. So making a name for yourself and really establishing yourself is what it's all about right now. And I think, Berto has gone a really long way, and Gabo with the runs that they've been having now facing off in the finals here in the KARDS Open IV. We also have the third place match between that's going to be Com Trues and James Jim Raynor to figure out who's going to be walking away on the podium and who's going to be just outside of the nice picture of all the people with the medals,
Well, we do have, yeah, exactly. It's a digital podium, friends. We're still social distancing and respecting all kinds of that stuff. But like you said, early on, everybody wants to be that OG who wins the tournaments, and people talk about, as this game progresses and ages so gracefully. When we get to, Cards Competitive Season 5. People are always going to talk about those OGs who won the first set of tournaments, and this is it. This is that history in the making, as these players are establishing them on themselves on the competitive scene, winning these tournaments, having great plays, and creating these memories. So congratulations to everybody who made it to the top 8 and the top 16 for that matter. But there's still lots to be hashed out here.
Absolutely. Not only in this tournament, but we have a ton of tournaments coming up for Cards in the coming months. We recently published the tournament calendar. So we have 2 opens each month. We have an OCC each month as well. March is going to be slightly different. We're going to be doing a week of tournaments there where we're going to be playing these kind of sit and go style tournaments where you're going to have 4 people playing best out of 3 series. It's going to be this kind of quick fire way. That's a really, really exciting project that we're doing with 983 here. And I can't wait to see how that plays out, because that's going to be, our first stab into figuring out how we implement tournaments into the game client itself as well. So if you are a competitive cards player or just a competitive card game player, we have plenty of stuff for you coming up. But I think we should go for the 3rd place match. What do you think?
I think people want to see it. I mean, it's the gameplay has been so well presented, and again, big props to 983 Media for putting this on, and to Marcius for the production of this tournament. Great job as always by 983 Media. They're doing a great job, but I think that we want to go take a look at the brackets real quick, because we do have a 3rd place game. As you can see, they're not out of it yet. There's still some fighting to be had, as Gabo and Berto just sort of stand atop the mountain, ready, 2 Titans ready to clash. So we do have the 2nd place game, the 3rd place game, where, as Ollie alluded to, one will stand tall upon that podium in the 3rd place spot, and the other one will be kicked Spartan style into a pit of oblivion, but on the way down they will collect 30 packs and a bunch of cash. So we're going to go to that 3rd place game right now, as we take a look once again at Jim Raynor's list, representing China. Again, 6-1 record in Swiss, but it's saying about Swiss, baby. We're already in the top 8. So Ollie, again, we've seen this deck with these deck lists. I mean, we could just run through them quickly if we need to, but I think people are ready to rock and roll.
I think we know it. It's an L640, it's an Artie deck, and it is Brit Air. So let's check out his opponent here. That's going to be Comtrues. He has the 6-1 Swiss record. He's bringing the Soviet backline Artie deck as well with the supply chains. He's bringing the Winter Warfare counter-offensive combo deck, and then British deck, a Brit control-y type deck. So let's just jump right into the games.
I mean, there's no time to delay, friends. I've got my chocolate and my coffee, so I'm ready to go for at least another 2 hours. But as you see here, there's the US list out of commission, as well as the British list is not going to be available to Comtrues. Best of 3, as we can see, Soviet and Britain versus Soviet and US. So China against Canada. We're going to see how this one kind of shapes out.
We have the flags for this. I have the Chinese flag, and you have.
And
the
I have the Canadian flag. So see, we are well represented. We are of the people, if you will, right, Ollie?
Yep, absolutely. I think this was a really good band there from Jim Raynor. He took the most control-heavy deck away from Comtrues and forced him into an aggro versus aggro matchup. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays. Sukov here early for Comtrues. Yeah. And there they are, the Cuban Cossacks.
So good. So good. They jump through and just right away take that front line. A 3-3 on turn 1 that manages to take the front line is a scary, scary play to face down. Thank God there's only one of them that you can really have access to, it being an elite card, but it's pinned down immediately. A good response there. Again, that British list looking to, like you said, control a little bit and just sort of be able to deal with it, but that is a big play as well. Those planes now having a disgusting operating cost, if you ask me. I mean, nobody wants to pay 3 to deal 1 damage. It's just not cost effective.
No, and what it does actually is it completely blocks Jim Raynor's ability to deal with those Cuban Cossacks in the front line. Without that buff to the op cost, he would have been able to kill them and get away with it. So, and now the Yura, we're not going to see that this turn, but we're already seeing a lot of the pieces that Comtrues needs to win this. He has 2 Greyhounds that he can push into the front line. He's got a caddy in his hand. He's got the bomber to block the deployment effects, so that RAF Lightning could just turn into a dead card really quick. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough spot here for James Jim Raynor to really claw himself back into this game.
That That aircraft.
Monty.
Monty is a great card over here. Again, pin all units. If there's 3 or more units, draw a card. And in this case, again, just stopping your opponent from continuing to push through is a big deal. And though you're paying that 3 operating cost to deal that 1 damage to that Greyhound, I mean, what else can you really do? At this point, you're just trying to save face and slow down the assault, as Comtrues here doesn't really have much in terms of actual aggression, but he does have some plays that he can make. That Katyusha going ahead with the support of the Greyhound on the front line is going to clean up that aircraft, and that's it. Again, the board is just looking real nice here.
Yeah, Bomber plus Empire Strikes, that's going to be enough to clear the board here from James Jim Raynor. He found what he needed to really stifle this early aggression coming out of Comtrues.
And it's not just that the Empire strikes the front row, it also strikes back. So, which is really great in terms of actually clearing up those artillery that were going to be problematic, that Katyusha supported by the Greyhound. So, a nice answer, but it's right back to work for Comtrues.
No high roll on the Katyusha, and that could be a big deal. It definitely gives James Jim Raynor a whole host more options to deal with the board here.
Nasty, nasty play, as again, the board is just once again cleared out by Jimmy Raynor. And slamming down air, it's a little bit of air support above your own. As at some point you just got to establish cards. There's only so much AoE that Jim Raynor can play to equalize the board, and in this case, that Air Force, that British Air Force, it's tough to deal with.
Yeah, and this is starting to look pretty good here for James Jim Raynor, mainly because Comtrues doesn't really have a good proactive play to get rid of the units off the board. He's already played, 2 of his Katyushas, meaning he only has 1 left that has that blitz ability and is able to really kind of same turn deal with these units that James has on the board.
He does have some blitz artillery if necessary, but it's not enough to just cleanly kill something. Unfortunately, he's going to have to find another way to get the strength, the power, the damage necessary.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna pop the Yura and then use the war production to get some draw going, I think.
Now, when I see that card, I picture it as an oorah, but that could be wrong.
No, it probably is. I'm really bad at pronunciation here, so.
War production, gain 2 extra credits this turn. Discard all non-unit cards. In this case, getting a little extra damage there. Kaboom.
Yeah, but running out of time there. Comtrue's taking a long time. But he ends up finding exactly what he wants.
Sometimes, though, I mean, it's not as straightforward. And I always tell people, when it comes down to it, make use of the time given to you, not just for the turn that you're playing, but for the future turns that you need to perhaps sort of figure out. And in that case, as you can see, penalized for going down to the clock already. He's already under the gun, needs to play. It's not as straightforward as you may think, but again, now the time is his enemy.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one, how he wants to tackle this. He can play the 2 RDs that he has there and attack with one of them, but I don't think it's going to be enough to really get him out of a sticky situation here.
Lesser of 2 Evils is going to allow him to go ahead and get access a little bit more of his deck, toss away a little bit of the garbage he doesn't want, especially when it's supply chain, which just doubles it up and makes it free. So that's not bad, if you ask me. The issue is not having any blitz ability to go ahead and immediately deal damage to Jim Raynor's backline, which has a bomber and artillery that can dish out a lot of damage. So this is going to be tough. That's not bad, though. He's going to go clean up the artillery here, but it's not, it's not without its own penalties, because there are a lot of units that are just going to come back. Jim Raynor has the means necessary to respond favorably here.
Yeah, there's the close air support as well. He's able to take down that arty with that bomber without taking damage in return. So definitely options here for Jim Raynor. He's got that Raft Lightning in his back pocket as well if he wants to retreat something, but nothing really worth retreating on the board at the moment. I think you really just want to get rid of that 4-2 Z's RT, and that's about it. just go face.
Artillery can be so oppressive when it's unanswered. It's just such a difficult layer that it's tough to get to because it sits in the back line and just dishes out damage. In this case, as you can see there, that was favorable. That's every card out of Jim Raynor's hand over here. So it's 0 card, everything's on the table versus everything's in the hand. So we're going to see how this one shapes out. But Bloody Sickle's not exactly getting, it's not going to take something off the board. He's just looking for extra help here off the Bloody Sickle. It's looking for where he can find it. Another Bloody Sickle as well. Is he going to continue to cycle and look for stuff?
Oh, definitely. We're going to see him probably use both of those supply shipments, looking for something. Lesser of Two Evils is going to allow him to double one of them up. But man, Comtrues, he is really with his back against the wall right now because there is 9 damage being threatened on the board right now, and he needs to find a way to deal with it.
It's easier said than done. I mean, the problem is that everything that you play to the board is going to be just assaulted. And you're playing, you don't exactly have the units necessary to fight back, but everything you play, you're donating, you're feeding that bomber, and then in response, you're going to be taking a little bit of a haircut off of your HQ. So, you're literally just tossing things back out there to die that you can't necessarily fight back with. So you're banking on the fact that you might just find a home run. You might find some type of Hail Mary pass coming out of the top of your deck that can deal with this. But as it stands right now, I mean, does Jim Raynor have to even clear out the board? Can he just not clear out one of the artillery and just continue to press face?
So the anti-aircraft gun does have smoke screen, so he's not able to get that off the field. It's definitely gonna be there, causing him some pain and grief with the increased operating cost. But I think that was the right call for him. He's threatening lethal now next turn, and he's really pouring the pressure onto Comtrues to deal with the threats he has on board.
Those supply chains, I mean, they're great, cycling cards, drawing cards, doing what you need to do. But at this point, they're just clogging his hand and not providing answers, unfortunately. That's not bad. That feels good. You can go ahead and actually press, but is that enough to actually survive what's happening right now, which is staring down 9 points of damage that can get answered, or one of those can get answered, but it's going to be problematic over here because this is going to be an expensive turn just to survive potential death.
Yeah, I mean, Comtrues is doing all the right things. He's using his buff cards there to get him to the point where he can trade with most of this. He has 2 units on the board now that he's able to really attack with. There's no way he has lethal here. No, he does not. He has 13 damage, but not too far off. Enough to keep him alive here, at least.
It's close.
Man, he is really cutting it close on the clock there.
Nice way to clean up and potentially threaten lethal as well. A nice change of events here, a nice turn of events, rather. Mustang it's a piece. It's definitely a piece. The problem at this point is that it's not really trading with anything, and it might die to that artillery in the back row. But it's a threat, and that's when your opponent is so close to death at this point. At what point do you just hope to flood the board and have your opponent have trouble cleaning everything up? Because as soon as something lives, there's a good chance that you'll be able to convert for lethal.
Yeah, I think that albacore being in his hand was absolutely key there, being able to get rid of that arty. Now it might even be worth for him to trade that gladiator into those 10th engineers, just so that there's no chance that Comtrues can pull like a Chusha or something and get a really favorable trade. But he opts to develop the board, also a really good option there. Obviously threatening lethal now with the Mustang there.
There's a Katyusha, great card to have, but you need everything to essentially happen exactly the way you want it to in order to survive. As soon as that Mustang survives, you're in trouble. But there's a great card to slam down.
What I want to point out though is I thought I had noticed this, but I'm looking at chat now and they're confirming this. Comtrues did miss lethal that last turn. If he had played the Patriotic Firestorm when he had the Greyhound in the backline as well, he would have been able to lethal James Jim Raynor there. So.
But this is where the clock comes in, because when you're pressured by the clock, which he has been for a lot of this match, sometimes you miss those not so obvious lines of play, and you're more so looking to survive. When your health total is so low versus your opponent who's so high, your first instincts are survival and clearing out your opponent's threats. Thinking about lethal when it's so far off, that's not the first problem you're looking to solve. Oftentimes, the first problem you're looking to solve is, how do I get to my next turn? And if he's looking to solve that problem, it's oftentimes removal of units. So even though the lethal was there, I can understand him missing it because that is not his first priority when you're prioritizing what is most important. And in that case, most important to him at that point was not necessarily hunting for lethal, but let's get to the next turn and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a tough spot to be in, for sure. And we talk about the tournament pressure, but it's really hard to quantify it. We never know how much effect the pressure is having. But James Jim Raynor here, he's in a lot of trouble. Is he going to alliance that lone albacore so that he can trade one of the 10th engineers? Or is he going to trade the Chaika or the Ishak?
Ooh. And that's where sometimes...
Oh
boy.
Firestorm, double Patriarch Firestorm. That has to be lethal. That's +4 on each one of those units. That's +12. Yeah, that's absolutely lethal here for Comtrues. Man, you cannot give that Patriotic Firestorm, Yura, backline deck, all that power in the backline. James Jim Raynor sealing his fate there.
That was awesome. He did manage to find that lethal despite having missed it just a couple turns earlier. And in that case, all right off the top, he manages to find it. That is how that first game has rung up. As you can see, Comtrues has gotten through with his Soviet list. James Jim Raynor was so close, so close, but couldn't convert as the counterattack was too much for him to digest as we go on to game 2 here of the semifinals. No, not the semi. This is the third place matchup, man. We are almost to the finals. As you can see here, they are fighting for podium space in this case, as Comtrues is up 1-0 against James Jim Raynor.
Yep, absolutely. And we're seeing James Jim Raynor bring his Brit deck again, so he feels fairly confident in that against this counter-offensive deck. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. It should do pretty okay. It does have some good ways to deal with the early pressure there from Comtrues. If he does establish some bombers early, he's able to really kind of keep the board clear and steer away from the danger of that, winter warfare counter-offensive combo.
Easy 1-drop there. Nothing to really support at this point, but it is your turn. You might as well take the opportunity to play it, as your opponent missed a 1-drop, and Jim Raynor now on the 2-drop drops the bomber in the back row and pins that unit. Now there's the Katyusha. Nothing to really fire on right away, so there's no point in playing it and leaving it open. So we're gonna go ahead and just drop a tank there. And that Katyusha, again, is best used when it's got the credits also left over to hit the blitz as well. The question is that infantry going to survive to sort of support the Katyusha?
Unfortunate here for Jim Raynor that he doesn't have 4 credits. The Empire Strikes would have been great here. Probably just going to end up playing the Hurricane and calling it at that, or just attacking with the Albacore and passing. That's a really, really interesting play there from Jim Raynor. Oh my god, that's a dangerous tank on turn 3 from Comtrues. That's a 7-5 in the front line.
Can't make this stuff up, friends. That's why those cards are as good as they are. When you have the damaged units on the board, you can get the value off those tanks, as you can see there. Just right out of the gate, there was the opportunity to perhaps play the Katyusha and convert for a kill. But in this case, this is just as good, and it operates for a lot of damage available here, and 2 Katyushas supported by the infantry there can do a lot of damage. As we can see here, this is just going to be a cleanup of the board, and the threats are just mounting against Jim Raynor here.
Oh man, I'm really having a hard time seeing how Jim Raynor is gonna get back into this at this point. I mean, yes, he does clear a lot of the board there with the Empire Strikes combo, but there's still a big and beefy tank in the front line. I guess the plus side here for Jim Raynor is that he hasn't tanked an attack to face so far, so he's still at 20.
He is buying some time in that regard. I suppose the Sherman is going to fill up the hand a little bit over here as he does control the front line with a US unit. Another Katyusha is the take here, but like you said, he's opting rather to clean up rather than go face here. So if you're Jim Raynor and you have an answer to that 7-2 tank, I think you feel like you came away relatively scot-free because of the fact that he did make that big beefy tank and did nothing really with it in terms of real aggression.
Yeah, and the deployment effect on that Mosquito, exactly what the doctor ordered, to just get rid of that Wolverine. Just take it out of the game. Get it off the field. Comtrue's now in an interesting spot. Does he want to trade the Mosquito? He doesn't really want to bounce it and give that deployment effect again to Jim Raynor.
All right, hear me out. Katyusha, double high roll. Everyone's happy. I mean,
like, that's such a risk though, because you're just giving up a free trade with, you know, your biggest. He can just trade the Mosquito into the 4-1 Mosquito into the 4-4 Sherman and just be super happy about it. So,
or no, that is obviously the safer play. And I mean, he is going to be bouncing that back to hand, meaning that it will get another deploy effect. Always the danger depending on what you bounce back, but in this case, controlling the board and, you know, creating some tempo while you're kind of handcuffing your opponent a little bit isn't bad in itself. But
it forces Jim Raynor to spend another 6 credits on 3 damage, and that isn't the most effective way for you to spend your credits. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a good play.
I mean, if you're going to be spending your credits, friend, it's Dogcoin or GameStop at this point, but that might not be the best way to do it. But here it comes. Hits the board again. Frontline is still in possession by Comtrue's as he does play the Sherman to go ahead and fill up the tank a little bit more. And he's going to make that trade. That is the trade that's made. Continue to press on that front line. And the infantry is owning that front line over here, albeit rather modestly.
Yeah, this could be a good turn for the Raft Lightning. Pushes, wow, that's interesting to me that he decides to push the Sherman back. I guess he's looking at the fact that Comtrue's has 8 cards in hand and that he just forced him to overdraw, and that he's not necessarily that afraid of the draw just because of how many cards Comtrue's has access to.
101st is being kind of teased a little bit over here as Comtrue's is kind of backtracking a little bit, opting rather again to bounce and get a little tempo, I suppose, clean up the board and establish a little bit more, a few more threats.
Yeah, he's playing tennis. He's just saying, like, you bounce, I bounce, we bounce, bounce.
One is playing more of the kind of the Roger Federer finesse game, and the other one is just like hammering it with a little bit of Andy Roddick style, just little Milos Raonic, just 100 and God knows how many miles per hour right through your face.
Comtrue's, he's in the situation where you have to win in this war of the bouncing back and forth. So he's more than happy to bounce that Raft Lightning.
Tough, not an immediate option to go ahead and kill the artillery in the back row unless you can hope that your Katyushas can be okay here. And now it's going to take a few more Katyushas to do it, but there are 2 bloody sickles in hand. That artillery in the back row does represent a little bit of problematic, but that is a great card to pick up, especially when you have the Katyusha kicker on top of it.
And that means that it's going to be a 3 attack Katyusha with the chance of the high roll.
No high roll, but
bloody sickle. It's a good card.
You can drop the other Katyusha and hope that it cleans up, or it will clean up rather.
So I think the danger here for Comtrue's in playing the other Katyusha is the fact that he loses, his last blitz unit in hand. He knows there's another Empire Strikes from Jim Raynor, and he doesn't have a whole lot of life on all these cards. Lucky for him, Jim Raynor doesn't have a bomber with that Empire Strikes.
Well, we've got a big boy plane in the back row with blitz, cleaning up. line that's a play here. I mean, you can potentially invest a few of those trades into that plane with your infantry. They are prone to death already, so you can get a little bit of value from them. But the question is where's the value? And bouncing that card and negating the buffs that it earned is definitely one way to do that.
Man, I'm looking at this and I'm just thinking, if Comtrues, if he had pulled a counteroffensive by now, he would have won. He has 3 Winter Warfares in hand. That's like not what he wanted at all.
And there it is. There it is. Bouncing that Sherman allowed him to get to that counteroffensive a little bit earlier.
What did James pull? Oh, he pulled a close air support. That's not going to be enough, I want to say.
Mustang, no target, but it is a body on the board. As we can see here, it's probably time. Does he have enough to get through?
I think so, right? It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. It's plus 12, plus 12.
Just plus 12, plus 12. No big deal.
If he Winter Warfares, if he attacks with the 99th into the headquarter, then Winter Warfares and then plays counteroffensive on the Sherman, he should have this.
He seems unsure, which is...
He's not going for it. He's developing the board and bouncing stuff.
Bouncing the Mustang is a safe bet. I mean, it's not getting any value based on what the units that you're representing. Going with the we can do it and just representing a more hefty, a more resilient battlefront here.
Yeah, now that double counteroffensive as well. I mean, just from the units that he has on board himself, Comtrues, he has 6 units. That's going to be plus 12, plus 12. With a Winter Warfare counteroffensive. So if James Jim Raynor is not able to clear the board right now for Comtrues, this game is over.
That's a big boy.
Yeah, that's going to be it. I think that's going to be game. There's no way that he is able to deal with everything that is on board here for Comtrues. And Comtrues with the Winter Warfare hitting 9 units. That's going to be plus 18, plus 18. And the 22-24 Sherman ending up finishing the game here, securing Comtrues that 3rd place, and unfortunately eking James Jim Raynor off the podium.
Another win for Canada as Comtrues goes through 2-0 against Jim Raynor. And the question remains, did he have the lethal the turn earlier, or was he just going for finesse points at that regard? And as you can see, he did find it, and he did it in spectacular format, because, what's a plus 12 plus 12 when you can plus 18 plus 18 and make everyone talk about it, right? So it's all about the big moments, the big plays. And in this case, Comtrues did what he needed to do to secure that 3rd place podium, and did it in massive style of squashing an HQ, putting it way out of, even any type of fathomable position there. That was just overkill, but the style points are, part of the charm. So
absolutely. And I mean, if James Jim Raynor finds his HMS Illustrious there with the Empire Strikes like 2 turns before, I think this game goes the other way. It was just that there was this critical moment where Comtrues' board was in a pretty fragile spot before he gets that we can do it off. And, you're in a tournament setting, you don't want to take any chances. Sure, we can sit here and watch that game and be like, yeah, he missed lethal. But I think from his perspective, there's no way you lose, because there's no Leopold on the other side, and I have like 9 units or 6 units on board, and they're all going to be like 7 HP. There's nothing you can do about it. So I get that move, and controlled, patient and deliberate play here for Comtrues.
And that's one thing that people need to understand, is that when you're in the mix of it all, when you're in the throes of battle and you're trying to calculate and have a million things going through your mind, this isn't just a casual ladder game. This is for a decent chunk of change, right? It's not just about winning the game, it's about the money and the pressure and etc. And sometimes it's better to play safe than sorry, and sometimes you just have to rely on the safer route. Even though lethal might be there, you might not see it, you might not be sure, you might think that you might be missing something, so you take the safer route and you go that way. And again, never in doubt based on the cards that were there. Open deck lists will give these players confidence to know that the certain answers that they might be worrying about are or are not present. And in that case, you can't fault him for missing that lethal when he had such a tight grip on the board as it was anyways.
Absolutely, and congratulations to Comtruce for his third place finish. But now it is time for us to head on into the grand finals here. We'll take a look at the bracket. It's going to be Gabo taking on Berto Burrito. Yeah, both players playing absolutely magnificent in this tournament. Gabo has been 2-0ing everybody. Berto Burrito dropped a game to I Love Mooncake, but then 2-0's Jim Raynor. So I'm expecting a really, steel meets steel fight here in the finals.
Absolutely. I mean, taking a look at the way that the progression that everyone came through there's a lot of big players that came through, but this is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. This is the finals of KARDS Open number 4. Got some cash on the line, some prizes, obviously, but again, the glory is what everybody is thirsting for, as Gabo made it through. Not the best Swiss record, not the most impressive. 5-2 is still very respectable as he gets to the finals. The hard work is over, as we see. We've looked at these lists before, Ollie. Just quick brief review, because we want to get to that final action.
It's aggro. I mean, that's how I'll summarize Gabo's lists. It's like, he's going aggressive. That's it.
he's going aggressive. We're going streaking at this point, and Gabo is representing, like you said, an aggressive list onto Gabo's opponent, the wonderful Berto Burrito. I wonder if there's any relation to Ernie Chalupa, but Berto Burrito is there with a 6-1 record representing the great nation of Canada. And the lists, again, can you walk us through real quick? We've seen them before in action, but for those who are just tuning in.
It's a counteroffensive deck we've all become familiar with, and then it's the Brit-Germany draw denial control deck, and the Germany-Brit draw denial control deck. So he is bringing 2 deck lists that should do well against the aggro decks from Gabo. I'm expecting Gabo to ban the Brit deck or the German deck, and then we're going to see what Berto ends up banning.
Just love seeing that curve there of that second deck, the British deck in that case. Just a nice, healthy curve of mid-range to some late-game threats. I'm very intrigued to see how this one shakes out. The games are ready to go. Let's go see what the bans are. In this case, Gabo is going to be going to war with the Japanese at his side and the British, but no U.S. as a main nation, as Berto Burrito is going to be having the U.S. and the British, but the Germans are going to be taking a little time to just sit back and watch this one from afar and cheer Berto on as we go straight into match number 1. This is KARDS Open Final number 4. I'm Flake. I'm joined by Ollie. This is for all the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. Best of 3. Here we go as Berto Burrito faces off against Gabo. It's going to be Britain versus Britain in this matchup.
I think that ban from Gabo was excellent. I think, and he can probably tell me if I'm correct here, but you banned Germany so that there's no chance of a Leopold. Because if you're fighting against that German deck and yeah, he's able to delay you, but you're still pouring on the pressure, that Leopold is a death sentence. However, with Brit, there's not going to be that Leopold. So there's not going to be the same way to be able to just empty the board and get rid of, let's say, all your Yamamoto'd up infantry units with the destruction effects.
Not looking like a great hand for Berto over there. Nothing to really do for a little while. He's going to be playing spectator for just a little while. He is going first, but going first means you don't draw cards. So he's just going to be hitting that pass button, and we're going to see shortly what Gabo is going to be packing as he sort of starts. We start the game off over here, and it's just an end turn, just a casual coin concede kind of moment, but minus the concede. We're just going to pass it over as that looks like a more agreeable curve that Gabo's holding onto right now.
Actually, though, Gabo not finding any of his 1-cost airplanes, that's gonna bite him a little bit. He's gonna probably have to play that Albacore dry. No, he picks up a Gladiator, so he's able to play that and doesn't have to waste the pin effect off the Albacore. This is gonna be an interesting one. That Berto Burrito probably going for the MI5, trying to deny Gabo going through his deck, but Gabo has that Hurricane. He's going to be able to play that Hurricane and put a lot of pressure here on Berto with nothing on board.
Flexing that premium, that golden version as well as the we're going to go slam down a little bit of a guard unit here. And again, the guard is it gets a little healthier when the spotlight's not on it, as you can see there. When it's your opponent's turn, it gets a little more confident, and it's a 4-7 instead of a a measly little 1/7. A great defensive unit all the way around.
Yeah, I think the risk here for Birdo Burrito is that, well, okay, he does have the Wrath Lightning and the Sexton to deal with whatever gets buffed this turn, so it's not going to be that huge for him. But Gabo is definitely getting a chance to build a really good board here, getting a lot of those British airplanes down, and he has that shelling to start kind of slowing down the tempo of Birdo Burrito in the following turns.
That British deck is primarily an air deck. As you can see, their air superiority is continuing to whale some damage down on that guard, but another one just comes right down and gets the job done. And protecting the HQ from both flanks here, it's going to be more difficult for Gabo to sort of finally penetrate through those defenses and actually start depositing some of that damage onto the HQ, which is, I mean, that's where you want to put it at the end of the day. That's how you win the game. So presenting a decent defense over there, having 2-4-7 guards when you're, sitting there just protecting the HQ makes for some uncomfortable decisions for Gabo to make here.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Gabo, does he want to play around stuff like the Panther A? Does he want to shelling here to just delay Birdo getting to his Carpet Bomb, getting to his Panther A, getting to his big impact cards? And I think that makes sense. Wolfpack, though, that's a fantastic draw there for Birdo. Man, that puts all of Gabo's plans up into the air here.
That's a tough one to digest there. Again, denying your opponent a card draw may seem insignificant against certain lists, but I mean, when your objective is to just slow down and choke, that is a devastating card to kind of just have to deal with, as you sometimes you're just constantly hunting for answers, and when your hand is already bad and you have no relief from drawing a potential answer, you just have to sit back and take it for a while.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting play with 2 Hurricanes on the board and 2 close air supports in hand. It's going to start being a pretty dangerous looking board there for Birdo. What Gabo doesn't know, however, is that Birdo is holding on to that Sexton and he's holding on to that Wrath Lightning. So he's able to deal with whatever gets buffed up. So yeah, that's 7-7. It's not going to be a big issue. That can be bounced or it can be pinned.
Still got the job done, which is to actually start busting through those defenses that Birdo has had standing like just centuries there waiting for the attacks to come through, which have not come through. But the Sexton's going to come through. It's going to pin a unit, and it will also give the opportunity for that Sexton to actually just go ahead and finish the job. Now, it's not the beefiest of defenses anymore because one of those planes is going to trade through, but it's still not looking like it's going to be a favorable trade anywhere for Gabo here against the board that Birdo is presenting. And again, running out of cards now. Gabo is 2 cards in hand. He does have more units on the board, but they're not exactly trading favorably right now with Birdo's board.
So Gabo is able to deal 14 damage to face here. If he close air supports, the Hurricane uses the Gladiator to trade with the Seaforth Islanders, and then double taps face. So that's 14 damage.
It's a lot of damage, and sometimes that's the way you got to go. Forget about making the trades. Make your opponent pay for them.
Oh, wait a minute. That is actually huge because Birdo with the Annihilation, that's exactly what he needed.
That is huge off the top over there. That's going to answer one of the big threats, and
that was so big because Gabo, if Birdo just Wrath Lightnings that and throws it back into his hand, then he had the ability to give it blitz and +2/+2. So he had the most glorious moment. I don't know, you weren't around in the community when we did the World Championship, but when we were working with the Chinese competitors, they sent us all their deck lists in Chinese, and then it was run through Google Translate. So we got some fairly hilarious, root out the enemy was called chopping grass and roots. So
okay. Well, I'm trying to find the beautiful imagery about it, but chopping grass and roots sounds like something that I guess it gets the job done in certain cases in landscaping and such, but in this case, in World War II warfare, I don't know if chopping the grass for a more pristine lawn will grant you an advantage. But I like when that happens. You run it through the translator several times and see what happens. And this is a tough situation here on both sides.
Gabo is so close to clutching this one, but I don't think he has quite enough. That root out is going to keep him alive at least for another turn. He can play the Sexton with it and pin the other Wrath Lightning, and then he can start denying him the draws over and over again. But the danger right now is Gabo finding some sort of blitz airplane or something that allows him to deal 3 damage from a standstill. But getting that in a single card is really difficult.
He's thinking about it over here again, opting rather than pin the unit. Yeah, I think that the fact that it's just, do you really want to pin a unit that's not going to present lethal against an opponent that has no cards? I mean, you're putting them on top deck to potentially convert here, but at the same time, as you can see, you're saving that pin for next turn, perhaps, and hoping that your opponent doesn't necessarily establish more. In this case, though, you are really dancing really close to the edge. As you can see, every card that Gabo draws is more danger to your well-being in this game. As you can see, that plane that just deposited 1 point of damage is back to normal now. Full health, 3 damage, lethal is being represented. Nope, not quite there, but 4 damage gets you a lot closer to that victory that you're like you're just looking for.
The problem is Gabo just lost there. Birdo Burrito pulling the Fog of Wars means that Gabo is now going to be drawing an 85th Pioneer Company for the next 4 turns. Because he has another Fog of War in hand, he's going to throw it straight back to his hand. The Sexton is going to deal with the pinned Wrath Lightning. The Honey is going to slowly but surely start, ticking up. And he can just pretty much deny draws or make the draws. 85th
Writings on the wall.
Yeah, that's it. Birdo clutching victory from the jaws of defeat there. And Gabo just being a little bit short on the first win here in this grand finals.
It always seems like that. These games come down to the wire where it just seems like the aggressor that emerges from every matchup. They have to convert. They have to continue the pressure. Otherwise, when it does eventually sort of the tides turn and it does come back to them, it seems like it's difficult to regain that momentum. In this case, Birdo weathered the storm again and just turned the tides and just pushed right back. And Gabo really had no recourse, and just pulling the shoot on that game might just be him saying, you know what, I'm going to save my headspace and my patience and my energy for game 2, because now it's basically all or nothing for Gabo. He's got to convert here. It's a best of 3. There's no more messing around, as Birdo Burrito likes nothing out of what he saw and tosses the whole pack back and looking for a fresh start.
No more second chances here for these guys, that's for sure. All right, well, I want to say that last game, I think, there were moments where Birdo could have made a different play and he would have lost. So I think he played that almost to perfection. He did get good cards when he needed them, but he made the right calls in those moments where it really counted. Now let's see if he can do the same against this Brit deck again with his counter-offensive deck.
It's easy to kind of discount a player's skill level or the way that they execute a play based on the fact that it's like, it was a top deck and whatnot. But at the same time, the player needs to put those cards in their deck and rely on this opportunities or the scenarios where that card will be most effective. And I mean, he could have drawn that card from his starting hand, and yes, he did draw it off the top and it did help. But at the same time, I mean, it's not necessarily always going to be about this guy just randomly had this miracle card. The card was in his deck. He had it there for a reason, and he gained access to it when he needed it. And you can call that luck that he got it when he needed it, but it also the foresight of playing the card that was there that you needed anyway. So as you can see, the half track now bouncing that plane back to the hand, and the half track is a tank, so it can move and attack on the same turn. So that bomber is in jeopardy unless it does find some protection.
Yeah, I'm expecting another Albacore to come out of here from Gabo, pinning the half track and then using the existing Albacore on board to just trade the Wolverine out. That's probably his best play here. It's fairly credit efficient. He can then play the Gladiator at the end, end up with 3 units on board, but opting to actually use the close air support instead to trade the half track. It's interesting.
Half track gone. You do have some bombers in the back row. We're feeling kind of nice, but that half track comes right back, and that boost that it had is now a thing of the past. As you can see, that is the value of bouncing cards. They lose basically all the buffs and adjustments and all the bonuses that they have accumulated throughout the course of them being on the road. And the half track just sort of bounces that card back to hand, negating all the bonuses that they accumulated. And Gabo now has a weak board in facing off against 2 tanks and enough credits in the bank to really make some for Berto to be able to start counterattacking.
I guess the good news is, okay, yeah, Empire Strikes. That's a fair play. Clears the board. There were other options there, but I think that was definitely good. He probably didn't know that Berto was holding on to a Sherman and an infantry battalion, both of which require the front line. So
yeah,
turns out clearing the board, fantastic play there from Gabo.
That's what I was about to say, is the fact that just the benefits that you didn't necessarily know about, because that now you're denying the bounce and the card draw based off of that Empire Strikes Back. Now, it's just sometimes you just have to make the plays, and you might in your mind feel like they're not optimal because you're not getting a big board wipe necessarily. You're not doing as much damage, but being able to just control the board and negating some of those additional effects, like the Sherman, like the bounce infantry there, you're really just keeping your opponent on the back foot now.
Yeah, and it's super, super difficult for Berto to, work his way back into this game, given the cards that he has in hand. He really needs to find some draw or some way to refill his hand, because, unless Gabo makes a crucial mistake and somehow, I don't know, lets him have that Hellcat in the front line with 5 or 6 units on board and it's unpinned, blah, 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 I don't think Berto is going to win this without some draw.
Tank is standing menacingly tall in the front row there, but it can be dealt with. It's just the problem, is it worthwhile at this point? It might be. However, Berto Burrito now is having trouble with card value, and it's problematic. But if I'm not mistaken, I mean, he is really suffering from that Empire Strikes that really had long a lot more value than initially thought of. It wasn't just about clearing the board, it's denying that Sherman from the card draw and allowing Berto to really find the responses. As you can see right now, Berto is on the back foot. He's kind of struggling here, not just for card draw, but for actually holding onto the board, as that Katyusha, as high roll as it might be, is going to get nothing, as he just opts rather to just pass the turn. And
I like that. I like that from him, because the combo that he has right now is he can if Gabo floods the board with units, Berto might just be able to pull out like a massive damage turn with the Katyusha, Winter Warfare, counteroffensive, and deal with pretty much whatever Gabo has on board. Given that he doesn't die in the next turn, and another counteroffensive, that could be a 1-turn kill if he. Is it enough already? That's gonna be plus 8. It's gonna be plus 16.
So he'll have to. Oh boy. 2, 4, 6, 8, 16 plus the Katyusha. It's potentially 18. I think he's very close.
He is so close,
but you can't. It has to be on a tank, right? The counteroffensive, I don't believe will benefit the Katyusha. I mean, trust me, it would have been crazy awesome if it did, because then you'd have a 1-drop, 18, potentially 17 to 18 points of damage onto an unsuspecting HQ. However, these are the worst top decks, I think, of life, and it's not looking too happy here, as another Winter Warfare is really just
not what he was looking for at that point in time. That's gonna be Yeah, you are correct. It's Circuit Infantry or Tank. I haven't played the counteroffensive deck myself yet, so I'm not as familiar with it as I would like to be. But yep, just like that, Birdo Burrito loses game number 2, and it is 1-1 as we head on into this final game in the grand finals between Gabo and Birdo Burrito. Who's going to become the 4th KARDS Open champion? Is it going to be Gabo bringing his Japan deck, or is it going to be Birdo with his counteroffensive US deck?
It's going to be a slobber knocker, if you will, as they say. I'm trying to use some 1940s terminology here. It's going to be a barn burner, you see? But I don't know if that's how they necessarily spoke right there. But he is representing the U.S., so I could use my old-timey baseball voice if I needed to sort of get a feel for what's going on there. As this is it. This is for all the proverbial marbles, ladies and gentlemen. There's 400 USD going to the winner here. Everybody who made the top 8 will get 30 packs of KARDS CCG. Yes, the people with all the cards get more cards, but that's okay because they can use those for wild cards, and those wild cards can be traded for anything, even more wild cards. But no, as it's coming down to this. Actually, it's the finals, and it wouldn't be a finals if it wasn't going down to the wire. Last game for all the marbles, Gabo as Japan versus Birdo Burrito as the USA. This is it. This is all, and KARDS Open 4 is going to be decided right here, right now.
And this is a fairly good starting hand there from Gabo. He gets the Bicycle Regiment into the front line right off the bat. It's arguably, that's gonna trigger the Befelswagen. Ooh, all right.
Nice bloody sickle.
Oh, he can bloody sickle Winter Warfare and clear the front line.
I feel like that's worthwhile in this case. If you're playing against this aggro deck, I mean, you're not going to be saving Winter Warfare as looking for a combo at this point. I think you're using them more so to just clean up the board and stay as alive as possible. Even that, even the infantry on the back line under smoke screen, I understand the benefit of it when you move into the front lines, but I don't think you're going to be holding the front lines very often early on. So that might be a trade of opportunity, perhaps. Unless Gabo just decides to not push into the front line. If he misses an opportunity to do so, then the Greyhound can move in and get a boost. But we'll see how this works out.
This is actually super interesting. It was probably not Birdo's intention, but again, we saw that clearing the board actually denied a lot of opportunities here from Gabo on the next turn. He didn't have the Panzer 35T that he could trigger down to the 0 op cost and to push that into the front line and continue pouring on the pressure. He ended up kind of having to forfeit his turn and one of his draw cards, effectively just sacrificing it.
Gabo opting to make the trade himself over here, and as you can see, now it's a matter of, all right, down the line, the longer this game goes, I feel like it's Birdo Burrito's to his advantage. Basically, aggro decks by turn 5 or 6 need to be holding, a steady, firm grip on the opponent's HQ life total or the front lines to really have a shot at victory. But in this case, as you can see, there's some pretty good plays here to just kind of control and negate some of those big units like those tanks. But as you can see, the counteroffensive by Birdo Burrito is making the Japanese aggression look a little weak in this case.
Yeah, and Birdo Burrito just going face there. He has the strategic bombing, getting pretty lucky on the Akita hit there, but he's definitely setting up for a strat bombing. Oh, he wanted that Sendai with the strat bombing. Gabo playing around the strat bombing really effectively, actually, forcing him to actually trade that Hellcat to reclaim that M4A1. Man, that would have been such a valuable strat bombing for Birdo. Huge play from Gabo, moving the Sendai into the front line there.
Rising Sun allowing 2 more cards into hand. Again, that's a card that if you do control the front line with the Japanese unit, you can go ahead draw 2 more cards. And card draw typically is the weak point of most aggro decks, is keeping that hand full and flush of threats. And in that case, that is a very cheap and effective way to draw cards for an aggressive deck that likes to hold the front line.
Yeah, Gabo, he still has 4 credits to his name here, wondering what he's going to do with them. I'm thinking probably just pushing the Mito into the front line is the best. It means that it's going to be extremely difficult for Birdo to trade his way out of the back line and to reclaim the front line there.
Time's ticking, as we can see.
Gabo is deep in thought.
Oh, it's for all the marbles, my friend. I mean, you can't, no time for errors in this case. The margins are really small, and you got to make sure that every single play is an optimal play and there are no mistakes made. There's another nice card to have if you're controlling the front line, which he is. Draw a card at the end of your turn. Strategic bombing, deal 3 damage to targets in the enemy support line, and there they go. But not only that, you lose a credit slot.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Gabo there, he played straight into the strat bombing. Probably didn't expect it, given that we didn't see it earlier on in the game on turn 6. So opting to go wide there instead of pushing the Mito into the front line, probably wanted to just avoid giving Birdo a really kind of cheap free trade with the M4A1 in the backline there. But now Gabo finding himself in a little bit more of a difficult situation than before.
I mean, if he does not claim the front line here, Birdo has 7 points of damage that he could push to face, and then it's a matter of he could push forward. He'll have 8 credits, move forward. That's 2, 4, 5, 6. He'll have 2 left over if he wants to push face here. But he's going for the front line here.
That should be good. I mean, Birdo is able to trade the Wolverine into the Mito, push the M4A1 into the front line, and then play the Sherman for the draw. He might also look into, opting to keep the Wolverine alive there. Makes a lot of sense.
That's a great sickle.
And does 3 damage to face. And man, what a tight game. 8 HP to 9 HP aggro going back and forth. The raiding brigade popping up here. No unit with 2 attack or less, so no value to be found with the raiding brigade there for Gabo. Unable to use the Shiden either to good effect, and is actually struggling to use the Sendai as well. So
he needs to find a way to he needs to clear out one of those 4-point tanks. Otherwise, he's dead on board, frankly. If he has an opportunity to do so, good for him. But there is a bounce card, a retreat card as well. So that is, I mean, how do you do it? Can you reclaim the front line? That's the first order of business, is remove a 4 damage tank or reclaim the front line. That's really all you've got for you right now.
He's missing a credit, unfortunately. If he
that's a credit that was removed prior from
That's GG. I mean, he doesn't have the credit. The strat bomb took away the credit that he needed to be able to survive this round. And yeah, the Sendai is the only option.
I mean, this is a matter of just push forth and continue the pressure, continue the game plan. Stand firm on the front line where you can. Deal 1 damage to all. That's all she wrote, baby cakes. That's it. That's all. And what a spectacular end to the KARDS Open IV. It is all Birdo Burrito in this case, as unfortunately Gabo did not make it through. But what a great finals, ladies and gentlemen. And big round of applause to everybody, not just those who made it to the top 16, not just those who made it to the top 8 that you saw today, but to everybody who participated in the tournament. KARDS Open 4, I feel, is a great success. Birdo Burrito coming through, just look at that path, taking out I Love Mooncake, making short work of Jim Raynor, and then taking the final away from Gabo to represent Canada as the KARDS Open 4 victor.
Yeah, I am beyond impressed with Birdo Burrito and how he's been performing in these tournaments as of late. I think we have a bona fide top contender here that we're going to be seeing in the mix in all of the upcoming tournaments. And there are quite a few of them. I want to take this opportunity to remind you that signups are open for the KARDS Open Singleton that's going to be starting next weekend. Singleton means that you can only bring 1 copy of each card, which means that each deck is going to have 39 unique cards from the Nation and Ally Nation. I am extremely interested to see how that is going to look like in cards, and I encourage everybody to sign up. Participation is free, and all the prizes are going to be in-game rewards.
Like you said, it's always unique when there's a singleton event because because of the unique rule set that brings in new cards. Well, I say new cards, the cards that you don't typically see, off-meta cards and selections that make it into the gameplay, where people have to sort of essentially evaluate where the cards are that offer the best value. And when you're only playing one-ofs, there are 40 unique cards that you got to throw into a deck. So you're going to see some spicy options that you otherwise might not typically see on ladder or in a tournament. But again, let's just quickly recap the prize pool. Again, won by one Berto Burrito, taking home 400 USD and 30 packs of cards CCG. That is $250 for second place, the one Gabo, who really fought tooth and nail to make that last game very, very close and interesting. And third place, 200 USD. Fourth place, 150 USD. And everyone who is left in the dust, 5th to 8th, are going to walk away with 30 packs of cards CCG. Ollie, this has been an exceptional experience for an exceptional game, I feel, and I'm very happy to be part of this broadcast team here. I had a great time, and I mean, frankly, it's just nice to sit back and watch the pros do what they do. And the deck building was great, the decision making was awesome, and there were some pretty nifty plays that we saw today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an honor having you here, Flake. We welcome you with open arms into the cards community. We do truly appreciate that you are showing us this interest and participating in this with us. And I hope to see more of you in the future. It's been a blast for me as well. Of course, I love the Cards Open. I love all the cards tournaments. I'm practically, in or around all of them. And these guys continue to impress me. And I feel like we've seen such growth in the competitive scene for cards over the past 6 to 8 months that I am just beyond excited for the coming years, the coming singleton event, the coming duos event, the coming Cards Open week. There's just so much around the corner, so nobody can afford to miss out on anything. But before we sign off, Flake, do you have any shout outs?
Oh, I always have shoutouts, and the number one shoutout is always going to be to those who who are viewing the tournament. Thank you so much for tuning in, because frankly, without you guys and your support, it would be Ollie and I pretty much talking to ourselves. We wouldn't have to dress up so nicely, but at least we get to have you wonderful people to talk to, which is great. And of course, to 98.3 Media for the production of this tournament, specifically Mark Theus, who's in the background, pushing all the buttons, pulling all the levers, and all that other nonsense. Frankly, it's great. So thank you to you as well, Ollie, and of course to the one Christo who was responsible for the pre-game show, and a very, very, very awesome addition to any esports program. So that's it from me. Frankly, thank you so much.
Well, for me, I'm just going to give a shout out to all the people that watched as well, the entire cards community, every single one of you. You guys give us feedback on the daily basis. You are on this journey with us. You are the key member of this journey. You're the reason why I get to show up to work and do what I love. So I really do appreciate that. That's going to be all for us now. My name is Olikrummi Steinarsson, or Olikrummi. This has been Watch Flake, or Flake. We'll call it Flake, at Watch Flake on Twitter. Go follow him. Go follow me at Olikrummi on Twitter. And we will see you fresh in the next cards tournament.